Rami back with another video. What's up, everyone? Here's another mind-bending what-if scenario. Today we're diving into some uncharted territory with a question that's been lingering in the depths of my own mind as I found myself rewatching the Naruto anime. What if Naruto was kidnapped by the Hidden Cloud Village? It might just be what if Naruto was kidnapped, we'll see. But before we get started, if someone's already explored this idea, drop me a comment and let me know. Gotta give credit where credit's due, right? Let's smash that like button, hit the share, and don't forget to comment down below with your thoughts on what ifs. Awesome. This is my first video back, so I hope that all of you don't mind that I'm still trying to rub off the rust here. But I'm trying out a new style. If you guys don't like it, if you do like it, just let me know. Just want things to flow. All right, here we go. Picture this. Rewind the tape and let's set the stage. Naruto, instead of growing up and calling the Leaf Village his home, a home where he was brutally abused by every member of the Hidden Leaf Village, practically, instead finds himself kidnapped and raised in the heart of the Hidden Cloud Village. We're talking Uzumaki and Senju blood running through his veins, a ninja with a pedigree that's practically a cheat code, so much chakra that he could probably make 100,000 shadow clones if he really wanted to. Now, the real question on the basis of this is, why would the Cloud Village, the Hidden Cloud Village, want Naruto in the first place? Well, the first and most obvious reason is the fact that he's the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Now, this wasn't necessarily public knowledge, but it wasn't necessarily kept on the rug too much either. We are going to start this what-if off with an Anbu being sent out by the Hidden Cloud to retrieve Naruto. But alongside him was someone with a lot of speed, a lot of power, and most importantly, a shared connection with Naruto. That being Killer B. When I say that, I mean a shared connection by that which they are both Jinchurikis. Killer B, although a war hero, very much so knew what it was like to be disrespected by the people of his village, to be insulted by those people, to be put down by those people, to be bullied by those people. He had in no way been a byproduct of a good government. Although he was, of course, respected by many, he was feared by many. People's fathers' fathers or daughters' daughters had experienced that. Well, there was a beast that lives inside of him that at any moment, well, in their opinion at least, at any moment could destroy the village, could attack everyone, and would be mindless, as they had seen it be done with many previous Jinchuriki, even Jinchuriki that they thought to be successful. Anywho, why would they do this? Well, it gives them more power. See, the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Leaf Village have long been at the top of the ninja world, but if the Hidden Cloud Village had not only one, but two Jinchuriki, but now three, well, they would be put into an entirely different atmosphere than the Hidden Leaf Village as far as their military power goes. Although, of course, they cannot yet utilize this young Naruto, who, for the sake of this, what if is going to currently be aged 4. And also for the sake of this, what if he's going to have to be living on his own in an apartment at the moment already from this point, not in some orphanage or anything like that. We'll just say that Hiruzen set it up, and it's as simple as that. With that being said, Killer B and the Anbu would make their way to the Hidden Leaf Village. Killer B. Yeah, what's up? For the sake of this what if, the Anbu's name is just going to be Kajo. What's up, Kajo? Never mind. No, tell me. Also, I'm not going to be rapping with Killer B. I just can't do that, okay? Well, it's just... You don't think that the Nine-Tails will just break out if we try and abduct him? Maybe, but if it does, I'm here. and I'll beat that thing down. You think you're powerful enough to defeat the Ninetales? The strongest of the tailed beast? He's only a child. Not like that thing's that strong, right? I suppose. If you're really sure, Master B, I will shake all of my worries. I'm not just sure, I'm positive. Well, let's do this thing, man. They would both fist bump each other as they would begin to run through the Hidden Leaf Village. The thing that made 𝘎𝙎𝙄 so special is that he possessed space-time ninjutsu, and so they didn't have to sneak into the village, they could just teleport right in. Killer B used his own chakra to sense out where the chakra of the Jinchuriki was, and although so faint, he was able to sense it. Well, he wasn't actually, it was all Yuki, the 8-tails that lived within him, who could very much tell when one of his own family members was close by, that family member of course being the 9-tails. And so they quite literally teleported inside of Naruto's apartment while he was asleep. 𝘎𝙎𝙄 would then grab Naruto, as they would then use this same space-time ninjutsu to teleport far beyond the borders of the Hidden Leaf Village. Now what you might be asking is, why didn't they teleport from there instead of having the risk of getting so close to the village and then running and then using the space-time ninjutsu? Well, the short answer is that 𝘎𝙎𝙄 does have a limit on how far he can go, and, well, it just didn't make sense. With that being said, Naruto would eventually arrive in the Hidden Cloud Village. But they spent some time together, and by them, I mean, or by they, I mean, 𝘎𝙎𝙄, Killer B, and Naruto, before arriving in the Hidden Cloud Village. They would be about halfway there when Naruto would finally awaken. "Where am I?" Naruto would say, looking around at all of these things he had never seen before. By that I just mean he was in unfamiliar territory. Naruto blinked continuously, still wondering where he had been and where he was. 𝘎𝙎𝙄 looked at Killer B, and Killer B smiled. "Well, you want the truth, kid?" Yeah, if you don't mind, I just don't understand." "Well, it's quite simple, really. You've been kidnapped." What? Yeah, well, basically, my village is stronger if they have you than if they don't. So, I'm a tool for power? I suppose you could say that. It wouldn't be the word that I would use, but you're not wrong. I want to go back. You're never going back to that village, Naruto, 𝘎𝙎𝙄 would say. What? Are you serious? The way that Killer B broke it down isn't the way I would have done it either, but put simply, our village needs you. And we assessed that you weren't necessarily being treated the greatest while you were there. How did you know that? We have spies in every village, including the Hidden Leaf Village. We could see you being tormented by the villagers every single day. Of course, it's not our place to decide what's right and what's not right, but in our own opinions, we believe that we would make a better home for you. And we could train you as a Jinchuriki should be trained. A Jinchuriki? A Jinchuriki. A Jinchuriki? A Jinchuriki, yes. Oh, what's that? You know that quote-unquote demon that lives inside your belly? Yeah, the 9-tails. Exactly. People who have tailed beast, as what they're called, inside of them are known as Jinchuriki. Killer B here, my buddy over there as in he's currently fetching some fish as they sit beside a fire. He's, the Eight Tails. What? Really? But he looks happy and carefree. That's what I'm telling you, Naruto. In our village, you can be celebrated and recognized as a hero instead of as a demon, a monster. Oh, you promise? 𝙎𝙈𝙊𝙃 nodded yes. Why would I lie about something like that? Now, it's not perfect. A lot of people still even hate Killer B because the tailed beast inside of him killed their families, their moms, their sisters, their brothers, their cousins, that kind of thing. But even so, do you see how carefree he is? Because he understands his importance to our village. And because for as many haters and people who try to tarnish his name that there are, there's 100 who support him and would protect him with their lives. That's how important Killer B is to us in the Hidden Cloud Village. Naruto's eyes would light up. He hadn't expected this. He hadn't known a life where he wasn't, well, to say the least, bullied for being the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. And now that he's heard that Killer B, the Eight Tails, is living a good life, is happy, is celebrated by most of the people in the village, he couldn't help but want that himself. And so this young Naruto would agree. On their time back to the Hidden Cloud Village, 𝙎𝙎 would try to tell Naruto as much of their customs as he could. Eventually, Naruto would ask who runs the village, as 𝙎𝙎 would pause, sighing. He didn't very much like the government system in the Hidden Cloud Village, but he didn't really like any form of government in the first place. Just as the Hidden Leaf Village is called Konoha, we have a similar name, but instead it is 𝘾𝙍𝙗𝙄𝙈𝙊𝙃. You see, the village was founded by the first Raikage, and as one of the 5 great shinobi countries, 𝘾𝙍𝙗𝙗 has a Kage as its leader, which, as I told you earlier, is known as what? Raikage? Bingo. Now, there have been 4 in our history to date. Currently, the 4th is the one in charge, and that is actually Killer B's brother. Really? Yeah. The village is located in a range of tall mountains and is literally hidden in the clouds. And the Raikage works in a large blue structure built into the tallest of the mountains. The standard attire for our shinobi consists of a long gray top which gathers just at the waist to give a sash-like appearance, with a matching colored bottom. Over this they wear white, one-strapped flak jackets and arm as well as shin guards. Many of our ninja also are proficient in lightning release techniques, although I hope everything I'm saying is just going over your head, because I would rather not explain it. I see. Anywho, the fact of the matter is, as long as you're nice to the people, I think that they'll respect you. You think so? I don't just think so, I'm almost positive. Now, some of you may be wondering, well, why, like, is like 𝘾𝙍𝙗𝙗, like, is the Hidden Cloud Village really this desperate for power? Well, to that I say, despite becoming one of the 5 great villages, Kumo has gathered and gained in the Naruto universe a rather shameless reputation, always prioritizing their military might by any means. While back in the day, a peace treaty was formed between all the villages to cut back on, well, their military budget and reduce the size of their forces during the times of peace, 𝘾𝙍𝙗 secretly did not even honor this agreement, seeing this as a chance to ensure that no other village could ever have an upper hand should hostilities later resume. So it's like, no, like they would totally do this. Excuse me, if the opportunity arose, and for this what if, the opportunity is going to arise, and the Hidden Leaf Village doesn't even know that Naruto's gone yet. Although there's sensors in the village that non-Hidden Leaf chakras have been gathered, because obviously it's pretty damn hard to hide the chakras of a literal Jinchuriki and also an Anbu member, Kajo. Besides that, they can't really do anything, and they don't even know that Naruto is missing yet. With that being said, it's only been approximately 3 days, by the way. With that being said, Naruto, Kajo, and Killer Bee would finally make it to the Hidden Cloud Village. It had been 4 days since Naruto had left, or rather been abducted, sort of. With that being said, he began to walk around. He didn't really know what to do. What was he supposed to do in this foreign land? Immediately, they would go over to the Raikage's building, the blue structure built into the mountains that I spoke of. With that being said, they would knock on the Raikage's door as the Raikage would let them in with a smiling face. Are you the Nine-Tailed Jinchuriki they speak of? Me, sir? The Raikage would nod his head. Yeah. I am. Well, I'm happy to have you here. I hope that you and I can have a splendid relationship. You begin your training a week from now. During that week, I want you to get acclimated to not only the people here, our clothing, our lifestyle, and our traditions, but just get familiar with the land. Okay? Can you do that for me? Maybe even make some friends? I'll try. Okay. You're excused now. Kajo, go with him. Actually, B, you go with him. Okay, which one, big bro? B, take Naruto somewhere. A ramen shop, if there's any around. That's always good. Konoha is known for their famous ramen, right? I suppose. With that being said, the door would be shut behind Killer Bee, and Kajo and the Raikage would be the only two in the room. What is it, Lord Fourth? Well, that boy. How on earth am I supposed to train him? His father was damn Minato. Huh? You can't be serious. You mean to tell me? Look at the damn kid. Your unit was on one of the only units that actually saw the guy and survived. You can't tell me that that's not a spitting damn image of the guy. 4 years ago, Naruto's born. 4 years ago, the fourth Hokage dies. If I was the damn Hokage, I would have for sure sealed the beast into my son, or someone close to me, so that the power could remain either in the family, or at the very least, in proper hands within the village. And what better place to put it than your own son? Of course, subjecting them to a life of, well, of hate. Wouldn't be accounted for there, but it's what I would do anyway. Maybe you're right. If you are right, I have no idea how we are supposed to train that boy. He could be proficient in anything. Lightning, wind, water, earth. Who knows? You forgot fire. I didn't forget, I just didn't say it. See, that's why I like you, Kajo. The other Anbu, they're straight suck-ups, but because I've known you since I was a child myself. We're just like friends. I prefer it that way. But this is an order, you hear me? Speak, sir. That boy, Uzumaki Naruto. If you must, you will die for him. And you will teach him absolutely everything that you know. Can you accept this burden? The burden of not only having to protect the Jinchuriki, having to foster the Jinchuriki, having to care for him, having to teach him our traditions, having to teach him how to fight and anything along those lines. Can you accept that responsibility? Yes. I accept, Lord Forth. The Raikage would begin to clap. Then it's decided. You will be Naruto's caregiver. Not his adopted father or any nonsense like that. Not unless he wills it. And at this age, nothing's set in stone. Training begins in a week. You will train him in our facilities and take him into battle no more than 3 months later. Sounds good. Good. You're dismissed, Kaja. Unless you would care for a drink or two. No. I've been stopping that kind of behavior. No worries. See you. Hi. Kaja would leave the building, using some form of after-image technique. With that being said, he would trail Killer Bee and Naruto, eventually meeting back up with the group. Killer Bee would then leave, as it was just Kajo and Naruto. We now fast forward 3 whole months. Now what happened in these 3 months? Well, Naruto was trained to the brink of exhaustion every single day. Until the reaps of this began to show. He, in this short 3-month period, became heavily proficient in taijutsu and the use of a blade. But with that being said, he had never actually fought a real match against anyone who was trying to kill him. This would be the first day to do so. With that being said, they were to hunt the head of a mercenary group. The head's name? They called him Tion. Now, they would finally begin to look for the mercenary group, as this was rated as a B rank mission. Naruto and Kajo would begin their search for the mercenary group, who had actually been coming from the Hidden Cloud Village, which is why they were, well, on this mission, to bring them back to the Hidden Cloud Village and to punish them for their actions. With that being said, they would eventually find them, hiding out in some tavern. Naruto would walk in, asking where Tion was, as Tion himself would turn his head to Naruto, asking what it is to him. Almost hurling a damn fist at Naruto, Naruto would jump back in awe. This was the first time he had been in any true combat, and the odds were 3-1. Kaja was there, but he wanted to see how Naruto would react to the situation. If needed, he could quickly slice off all of their heads and let it be that. But this was a great stepping stone for Naruto's development. How would he fight all 3 of them? Or even just the one? These were Chunin level ninja, not just some ordinary genin or misfits. And so, Naruto began to battle them. Specifically Tion. He was taught by Kajo that there are certain weak spots in any ninja. So he began by trying to apply pressure to these chakra points to shut them off. This is sort of similar to Neji and his ability as a Hyuga to see chakra points and, well, disable and enable them. And thus, he began to fight the ninja. With that being said, this fight wouldn't last long, as Naruto would be blitzed by one of the men from behind and above, causing Kazuo to step in and quickly deal with all of them. In just a few seconds, all three laid on the ground. With that, Naruto would be given Kazuo's blade, placed firmly in his hand. Naruto, I will give you 2 decisions today. What, Master? You have 2 decisions to make. Okay, and what are they? The first decision is quite simple. You can make it if you like. You can spare these 3 men, bring them back to the village, punish them ethically as I taught you, and that will be it. The second option is, these men have done horrible things. They have raided small villas and villages on the outskirts of our own village. They have taken the woman, disregarded the children, and killed the men of fighting age. They are not good people. Some would even say that they deserve death. So I ask you here, Naruto, what is it that you will do? I'm gonna choose to spare them. 'Cause, hey, why not? Good. If you said the other option, I would have been worried about you. But instead, I'm only intrigued. When they got home, the 3 mercenaries would be punished, with Tion receiving the largest sentence. With that, if you're watching this in the 1-part format, it means that it's just, like, this isn't going to be included, obviously. But if you're watching this in the movie, it should end with me saying, like, this is the last segment, blah, 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 blah. And now we're just shifting into the rest of the what if that makes sense. And here is the rest of the what if. Naruto would now be tasked with having to enter the Hidden Leaf Village. And so, he would go. It took Naruto about 3 days with many rests on the way to get to the village. Upon arriving, things felt different than when he had left. Not better or worse, just different. This was because Naruto had changed. Naruto had grown and evolved into a capable shinobi, and he felt secure. When he was younger, he was scrutinized, and we obviously know this. He was bullied, he was beat, he was shamed, but now he feels strong enough that none of those things could happen to him. Naruto was able to sneak in without, well, the Hidden Leaf's detectors going off, because technically speaking, Naruto was from the Hidden Leaf Village. With that being said, he slowly made his way deeper and deeper into the village. It is at this time that I would like to let you guys know that he was wearing a hood, so he couldn't really be seen all too well. But nevertheless, he continued to make his way further and further into the village. Now, what was his goal? His goal? To steal Hidden Leaf Jutsu. And so he knew that eventually he would have to make his way into the Hokage office. Or at least the Hokage building. Because he didn't exactly know where they would hold all of these secret scrolls. But his best bet would be somewhere in the Hokage building. And so, he took off his hood and created a shadow clone. His shadow clone would be the one that went into the building. His shadow clone would walk right in, as nobody was guarding the gate, which felt just a little odd to him. Anyways, he continued looking around anywhere he could find these scrolls, and he couldn't see anybody. Not a single Anbu, not a single Jonin, Chunin, Genin, nothing. Not even some random secretary or worker in the building. He then saw on a sign inside of the building that it was the third Hokkage's birthday. Naruto smiled. That meant that it should be easy for him to go and get the scrolls. He searched just about every single room in the building until there were just 2 left. One, the Hokkage's office. The second one, it was where the scrolls were actually kept. Naruto pulled a coin out of his pockets and flipped it. His coin meant that he was going to open the Hokkage's office. He slowly turned the knob, opening it, with Lord Third at his table, smoking from his pipe. Naruto stared deeply into the eyes of Hiruzen. Of course, I must remind you, this is just Naruto's shadow clone. As Hiruzen then spoke, inhaling and exhaling from his pipe. When I had heard that you were kidnapped 8 years ago, I was scared. I had thought your father would never have forgiven me. Huh? What do you mean? That's what Naruto was thinking inside of his head, but he refrained from speaking. He didn't even move a muscle. Hiruzen continued. You've grown into a strong, capable ninja, have you? He could see the glint of a shinobi headband under Naruto's gown. I have, Naruto would say, looking at Hiruzen. But even so, you don't sound like a 12-year-old boy. You sound like a lion who has been battle-tested. Taking another puff of his pipe. So what are you here for? Naruto. Hearing Lord Third say that sent shivers down Naruto's body. As he told Hiruzen exactly why he was there. Hiruzen understood. So you wish to take our jutsu and make the cloud stronger, is that it? Naruto nodded his head slowly. Well, unfortunately, I'm not gonna be able to let you do that. And, taking another puff of his pipe, I hereby sentence you to prison, Naruto Uzumaki, son of the 4th Hokage. Hearing that made Naruto's lip quiver, but he held steadfast. The 4th Hokage was his father? Naruto didn't even know what to do, nor what to say. He just stared right into the eyes of Hiruzen, Sarutobi. Hiruzen made the first move, jumping towards Naruto, and pulling off his Hokage garments to show battle gear beneath it. Naruto, not expecting this, would dodge. They played a little game of cat and mouse for a few seconds, as Hiruzen would grab Naruto. Upon grabbing him, Naruto looked into the eyes of Hiruzen. Hiruzen had a punch pulled back to subdue Naruto. he couldn't do it. Naruto pulled out a tag from underneath his clothing and sticked it onto Hiruzen. Naruto then jumped off of Hiruzen, pushing him away as he did so. What is this seal or tag that you've placed on me? It's a paper bomb tag. It will explode if you move. I see. I suppose I let my never mind. I apologize for using your weaknesses against you, Lord Third. But I'm here on business, and business only. Naruto would then check the last room that he had to check, as he would grab 4 different scrolls. Then, he went back to the Hokage office. He walked right past Hiruzen, who was still standing, starstruck, and not moving. He would need a sealing ninja to take off the seal, or it would surely explode. If that is really what the seal did, or rather the tag. Naruto, now behind Lord Third, looked back at the Hokage. They call you great. They say that you know all of the jutsu in the Hidden Leaf Village. I've been told that you are the strongest of all the Kage. But you're weak. Naruto would grit his teeth. He hated having to play someone who he was not. But he himself could not show weakness. And so he kept going. In all my years of training, I've looked to the day where I could look you in your eyes and say I was stronger than you. If it is true and my father is the 4th Hokage, it is shameful that you two even share the same name of Kage, of Konohagakure. I will return one day, Hiruzen Sarutobi. And when I do, the leaf will cry tears of pain as I have a sword through you. Hearing this, Hiruzen couldn't help but feel the hair on his back and arms stand up, because he could feel the 9 tails deep within Naruto, who also wanted this just as bad as Naruto had. See, Naruto developed a hatred for the Leaf Village, but more specifically, the 3rd Hokage. Of course, this was in part due to the people that he was surrounded by, feeding him sort of lies on how the 3rd Hokage didn't want him and how the 3rd Hokage abandoned him. But hearing that his own father was the 4th Hokage, and the 3rd Hokage didn't tell anyone this, something that could have very well saved his childhood, he was hurt. It hurt him hard, and he, for this reason, hated Sarutobi now. With that, he jumped through quite literally, the window of the Hokage building, breaking it as he did, and returning to the Hidden Cloud Village. And so Naruto would return to the Hidden Cloud Village. Oh, sorry for that little, village. That, voice crack I just had there. With that being said, Naruto would immediately bring back all of the scrolls. But before he had done so, during his return to the Cloud Village, he was being tracked by several different ninja, mostly Anbu, who Naruto would quickly dispose of. But he also copied everything that was in the scrolls before he gave it to, the Raikage, who in this sense is sort of like a big brother figure now to Naruto. With that being said, after giving the scrolls to the Raikage, he would thank Naruto and tell Naruto that he did an excellent job, promoting Naruto from what he was as a chunin into a jonin. This gave Naruto much more, let's just say, freedom within the village, and he could really do whatever he pleased. He began to go on several missions, until he went out with a group of 10 other shinobi, and he was the only one to survive. This wasn't necessarily a rarity in the ninja world. You could go out with an entire squad of, say, 3 different squads of ninja, and only 1 or 2 people survive. But for Naruto, it meant that he was too weak, and that he couldn't protect everyone. Actually, it meant that he couldn't protect anyone, because he was the only person that survived. And so, he went to someone who he had never truly gotten a chance to speak to within the village. And her name was Yugito Ni. Yugito Ni is the two-tailed Jinchuriki. Her tailed beast is Matatabi, the cat. And, well, he went to her for guidance. Of course, you might be thinking, why didn't he speak to Killer Bee? Because, well, Killer Bee 8 tails, Yugito 2 tails. Well, he hadn't really seen Killer Bee too much in action, using his tailed beast. But he had seen Yugito Ni always training to master her own. And so, he approached her. He found out where she lived from Killer Bee, who did think it was a little bit suspicious, but didn't really mind giving him her location. And so he went there. Knocking on the door of her home, she opened, and with a smile. "Are you Naruto?" she asked, as Naruto's ears perked up just a little bit, smiling, and nodding his head yes over and over again. She would then gesture for Naruto to come in, as Naruto would with no hesitation. With that being said, Naruto would then, well, speak with Yugito and ask her a question. "What is it, Naruto?" "Well, oh, and before you say anything, I apologize for everything that you went through on that mission." "Wait, what? You know about that?" "Yes, I do. It was a big story that you were the only one to survive. And thank God you did." "Am I really that important to the village?" "Absolutely. And I know you know that, but you just wanted to hear it." Ugh, whatever, Yugito. "Anyways, your question?" Naruto would, well, taking his breath before he asked. "Can you teach me how to control the Nine Tails, Yugito?" Yugito's jaw would drop as she paused. "You mean you don't know how to use the abilities of the Nine Tails yet?" Naruto laughed, scratching the back of his head. "Yeah, about that. Killer Bee always says he's gonna train me on how to perfect my Jinchuriki abilities, but he never actually ends up doing it. He procrastinates a lot." I see. Well, in that case, I would love to train you. When are you available? "I'm available today." No, not today. What about tomorrow?" "Yes, tomorrow works. Tomorrow at 3 p.m., meet me here." And so Naruto would the next day meet Yugito at 3 p.m. at her home. As Yugito would take Naruto to a battlefield, like grounds, like a area that was not necessarily for people, but like people could technically go there, but it was really just for ninja training. And we begin to speak to Naruto. "Naruto, I possess the two tails, Matatabi. That, if you will, beast lives within me, as there is a beast that lives within you, the Nine Tails." Uh-huh. So, what do you want me to do? Well, you're gonna meditate. I'm gonna meditate? Yes. You're going to go into your own subconscious and speak to the beast. Oh, really? Yes. Yugito would get into her own meditation form as she would tell Naruto to repeat what she is doing. Naruto understood, as he would then begin to try and repeat what she was doing. And soon Naruto would fall into a trance where he would be guided to his own subconscious. And Yugito's voice slowly faded as she guided him there. He awoke to be within the Nine Tails' chamber. And so he stared at it. I hadn't realized that you were such a scary guy, Nine Tails. Me, scary. I'm your worst nightmare. I'm going to tear you to pieces. The Kyuubi would tell Naruto, as he didn't flinch. One day, I may need your power. I hope that it won't be a struggle to obtain. A struggle. Let's hope not. Wait, what? I can see that you're not like other humans. You and Killer Bee and Yugito. Now that I've met her, it's opened my eyes. It's opened your eyes? Yes, Naruto. It's opened my eyes. Your father, the fourth Hokage, sealed me away within you. As a punishment of sorts. But I suppose it's a blessing that I've met a human. As pure-hearted as you are. Huh? Naruto didn't understand. Was the Kyuubi accepting him as its host? Matatabi and Yuki, the Two Tails and Eight Tails, have given their Jinchuriki full prohibition over them. And so, I will give you a fraction of my power that you may use to your heart's desires. Really? Pick a number. 3, 4, 5, 2, or 1. You could have just... Naruto was going to say that he could have just said between 1 and 5. Naruto would end up picking 4. As the Kyuubi would smile. A good choice. A good choice indeed. As he would then be teleported back out of his subconscious and into the waking world. As he would look around him, Yugito had a smile. It worked. Huh? What do you mean? Naruto looked around him as there was a bubbly chakra around him, and it was red. He felt so much chakra flowing through him. He felt like he could take on the whole entire world. What is this power? It's the power of the Nine Tails. That's what it is. You are in the Two Tails state? So how did your conversation go? Well, I presume. You told me to pick a number between 1 and 5, and I picked 4. Ah, I see. So, that probably means that you can have full access to the first 4 tails of the Nine Tails' chakra. Really? Yeah. Which, if I do say so myself, is a win. The Nine Tails is the strongest of all the tailed beasts. At least that's what Matatabi told me while you were talking to him. I see. Which means that, technically speaking, Your raw strength should be able to beat me currently. What? That is, unless I tap into my own Jinchuriki powers. Are you challenging me to a fight? Naruto, pick up your fist and fight me now. But let's do it. But are you sure? I don't know. Do it! But what if I hurt you? Naruto, I am commanding you to do so. Naruto would get into his fighting stance after hearing that, charging towards Yugito faster than he had ever charged at anyone. But Yugito met him, sending him flying into a tree, which would be cut in half, as she just barely missed him, as he dodged an attack that she sent at him. Now, what will you do against my blue flames? Yugito would say. Yugito would then yell out, "Mouse hairball!" as a mouse-shaped ball of hair consumed by blue fire would be hurled towards Naruto. Naruto would look at it, putting together his hands to block, as upon impact it would explode, sending him flying hundreds of yards away. Yugito would then slowly walk up to Naruto. Naruto then looked up to see Yugito above him, with a fist pulled back. Naruto would dodge this hit, showing up behind her, and putting her in a chokehold. Yugito grinned. "You believe you've gotten the best of me? Really?" As Yugito would begin to transform fully into the Two Tails, Naruto would jump away, as the massive Two Tails now overlooked him. "Fireball!" Yugito would yell, as a gigantic ball of fire would be hurled towards Naruto. All three of the tails that Naruto now had would go out, trying to protect him from the blast, as well as his own hands, of course. A huge explosion would be made, as Naruto then lied on the ground, tired out and with no more Nine Tails chakra surrounding him. But he was unscathed, just very exhausted. Yugito would then de-transform, going back into her human state, or rather human appearance, if you will, as she would then walk over to Naruto, picking him up. Now that is the power of a master Jinchuriki. Naruto was in awe. She was so strong. With that, Naruto then began to train with Yugito almost every day, and Killer Bee would actually take notice of this, eventually joining in with them, as they would all begin to grow stronger with each other. With that being said, eventually Naruto would be able to control more and more tails of the Nine Tails, getting up to 6. We are now going to have a time skip.
And that's where we're going to end the video. Just make sure to hit the like and subscribe button. Share the video to a friend who likes what it is, or his anime content in general. And with that being said, this has been ramiX and ramiX out. This was just the first part of the what if. Of course, it's going to go into the movie. And yeah, anyways, ramiX signing off.
But I want to take a look at the perspective of a different ninja. A ninja by the name of 𝘾𝙍𝙈𝙊𝙃. Now you might be asking, wait, what? Why are we looking at 𝘾𝙍𝙈𝙃's story? And, well, there's a simple reason that you'll soon see. See, about a year has passed, and for the sake of the story, this is going to line us up canonically with around the time when Sasuke would be kidnapped, if you will, from the Hidden Leaf Village by Kimimaro in the Sound. See, Kakashi's squad, his Team 7, if you will, in this timeline, are all but killed in the Land of Waves, except for Sasuke and Sakura. Now, I say all but killed, but really only one person died. And I say killed because Sakura wasn't really... Well, she wasn't really alive anymore. By that I mean that she had been so traumatized by everything that had happened in the Land of Waves that, well, she was a shell of herself. And she constantly needed, well, medical help because of all the trauma that she was dealing with and could no longer be a ninja. Which meant that it was really just Sasuke and Kakashi now. We're going to rewind the story back to the time of the Land of Waves, right after. Now, some of you may be asking, how does Sasuke survive Haku and Zabuza? Well, of course, Zabuza is handled by Kakashi, and in this timeline, we are going to have to, for the sake of the story, allow Sasuke to defeat Haku. With that being said, after the Land of Waves was over, although we must take into account that Sasuke and Sakura's teammate has been killed by Haku or Zabuza. After the mission was complete, Kakashi would realize that both of his genin were not up for talking. Both of them had been traumatized by the battle, and were probably no good in a fight anymore. But he was wrong. The only one who was really affected this way was Sakura. Sasuke had been through much worse things. Sasuke was just refraining from speaking. In part, he was too tired. With that being said, Sasuke and Sakura would make their way back to the Hidden Leaf Village with Kakashi. As Kakashi would speak with Hiruzen, or Lord Third. Knocking on his door, he would be let in a few seconds later. Lord Third. What is it, Kakashi? I come to report you what happened on our mission. You mean the C-rank mission that you took? Yes. Oh, did something happen? Team 7 consisted of me, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Kosuke Imano. I see. Are you saying that Team 7 has lost a member? Precisely, sir. And which member was killed? Kosuke met an ill fate in the battle. Sakura Haruno, I do not believe, will ever be a ninja ever again. And, well, and what of Sasuke Uchiha? Well, he refuses to speak to me, but I believe that he'll be fine. What am I to do, Lord Third? What an interesting scenario. You have my condolences. It's unfortunate that you had to lose anyone. Especially a young, promising genin. Thank you, Sarutobi. But I do have a question before we take any more action. Yeah, what's the question? How on earth did anyone die in that battle? Or, rather, how did anyone die on a C-rank mission? Well, We arrived in the land of waves and realized that it had been... Let's just say things weren't exactly. Are you alright, Kakashi? It's just that every single squad I train ends up dying on me. I see. Usually I'm calm and collected, but right now, I can't lie to you. I'm at my wit's end. And don't get me started. Never mind. No, don't hold your tongue, Kakashi Hatake. Even if your quarrel is with me, allow me to know it, and I will do the best I can to quell it. Fine. Many years back, you allowed Naruto Uzumaki to be kidnapped. What? Shh. Shush, goddammit. I didn't even finish. Not only that, but you didn't send a single looking party for him. For over 8 damn years. And when you finally did, it was when he had arrived and metaphorically held a damn kunai to your throat. Naruto Uzumaki, the son of the 4th Hokage himself. You allowed him to be taken, and when he finally resurfaces, you send a few Anbu units after him. He's goddamn royalty to this village. And better yet, he possesses the Nine Tails. Ever since the Nine Tails was taken away from us, our military power has been cut in half, if not more. What the hell do you think would happen if the Mist or the Stone knew that we were so goddamn weak? Scratch that. Any other small village could decide to take us out if they really wanted to. Maybe I'm overstepping when I say this, but why wasn't it you that perished in the Nine Tails attack instead of Minato? I mean, you both knew the Reaper Seal, right? It's just not fair. I would have mentored that boy. I could have protected him. But Nine Tails Jinchuriki, so what? Not only that, but you allowed the village to ridicule him. And to this day, I hear villagers whisper about how they're glad that the Nine Tails Jinchuriki is gone, how they're glad that Naruto disappeared, how they're glad he was kidnapped, never to be seen again. But little do they know that their life is even more threatened without him than with him. If you had just told people that he was Minato's son, maybe he would have never been kidnapped. Maybe he could have been protected. But instead, you... Kakashi would wipe the swelling tears from his eyes. With your permission, I would like to resign from being a Jonin captain and rejoin the Anbu. What? Are you serious? You haven't been in the Anbu for years now. It doesn't matter. If you would allow it, then I would love to become a part of the 𝙎𝙈𝙊𝙃 once more. Seriously? Yes. I just don't want to be responsible for Genin anymore. Never again. Hiruzen completely understood where Kakashi was coming from. He had lost several students, and now he lost another. And although 2 out of 3 survived, one would never see combat again, and the other was at a loss of words. And he himself was beyond his breaking point. And so Hiruzen let him join the 𝙎𝙈𝙊𝙃, as Kakashi would once again be a great fit for the unit. But he never adopted his own squad. He always chose to work alone now, carrying even more hatred, regret, anger, malice. He completed every single assignment with extremely flying colors. And not only that, but he had a new goal on his mind. He would bring Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, the Hidden Cloud Ninja, back to the Hidden Leaf Village. A hard task for anyone. But if anyone were to do it, it would be Naruto's father's own pupil. And so he trained. He trained harder than he ever had before. He trained with Guy, he trained with Anko, he even trained with Lord Hiruzen himself. After one of these training sessions with Hiruzen would speak to Kakashi. As several weeks had now passed. To be exact, about a month and 3 days. Kakashi. What is it, Hiruzen? I'm still trying to catch my breath over here. I'm getting older, you know that, right? What do you mean? If you wish to become Hokage, I would gladly allow it. Hokage? I would never want that job. Alright. Well, I was just offering it. I see. Are you saying I'm strong enough to be a Hokage? I mean, you've really grown. Faster than ever before, I believe. I think that you're easily strong enough to be a Hokage. Well, let's hope there's never a need for me to become Hokage, as it's really a job I would prefer not to have. You amaze me, Kakashi Hatake. Many ninja would jump at that opportunity. But, on the contrary, there are many that would decline. I suppose you fit the latter. Yes. Anyhow, I'll be seeing you later, Sarutobi. Lord Third of them make his way back to his office, as Kakashi pushed himself even further, as he had scheduled a training appointment, if you will, with Guy about 20 minutes afterwards. As you can imagine, such a harsh training regimen would boost Kakashi's, not only his chakra, but his strength in general to a completely different level. But anyhow, Kakashi was focused on one thing and one thing only. Naruto Uzumaki. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki has just heard some unsettling news. Whilst eavesdropping on a conversation between the daimyo of the Hidden Cloud Village and the Raikage, Naruto had realized that he was just a means to an end, that he was just a power that the Hidden Cloud Village could capitalize on. And although he was beloved here, although they had given him a life that the Leaf could not, in this moment where he was struggling with his past, especially knowing that the fourth Hokage was his father, he would decide to desert the village. But he didn't do it how most rogue ninja would, leaving, running away. But rather, he would go on an S-rank mission. Killer B insisted that he come along, as did Yugito Ni, but he denied them, instead taking a group of other Jonin, numbering about 12. Naruto would then travel on his mission. They were to assassinate a small group of what you could call mercenaries. Now, why was it an S-rank mission? Because several of the members that they were hunting down were A and S rank, also rogue ninja, funny enough, although at this point Naruto isn't rogue yet, belonging to different nations. But with that being said, they would head out. It took them about a day to reach the location. They resided in a place known as 𝙎𝙈𝙊𝙃, a small settlement kind of close to the Hidden Stone Village. Naruto would lead the group, as a Jonin would ask Naruto a question. Naruto turning to the Jonin, as the Jonin tried to get his attention, of course, Naruto would speak to him. Yeah, what's up? Well, I just have to ask, don't you think it's a little suspicious? What's suspicious? 𝙎𝙈𝙃. How are they able to be here? Here, so close to the Stone Village. What do you mean? Well, this settlement is awfully close to the Stone Village. We actually passed quite a few stone ninja on the way here. What? Did we? Yeah. I'm surprised you didn't notice. See, Naruto had been talking to the Nine Tails the whole time on the way there, and so his senses weren't very good, as you can imagine. With that being said, the man continued. It almost makes me believe that they're backed by the village. So what does that mean for us then? Or what do you think that means for us? It means, Naruto, well, that we may very well be running into a trap and be slaughtered. Naruto paused when he said that word. Something about that word, slaughtered, made the hair on his back stand up. He looked over to his Jonin companion, and then also back at the 11 other members of his squadron. I see. Well, if it's a trap, then who cares? I promise you, every single one of you will survive today. How can you be so certain, Uzumaki, Naruto? It's quite simple. I would give my life for the village. So, if it means completing the mission, I will gladly sacrifice myself to do so. The Jinchuriki, goddammit. With that, they walked into the small settlement. It looked as if there were regular people actually living within the village, but that wasn't actually the case. Everyone who was there was actually, in some form or another, a rogue ninja. Naruto soon realized this when he recognized a face. Luckily, they didn't recognize him, partly because he was wearing a hood, which was commonplace in this village because they're technically all rogue ninja. Naruto would then ask his comrades to all travel tightly together. With that, he had specific intel that they would be hiding out at some bar, and he was correct. As they entered the bar, all 12 of them, they immediately saw recognizable faces. Now, to us, these aren't familiar faces, but to them they are. Many ninjas whose faces are very deliberately placed in the bingo books to hunt. The most notable of them, a rising star in the rogue ninja world, and a man with much mystery to him. His name, Hidan. Naruto had heard not only stories, but had read heavily on him. Because he dabbled sort of close to the village, he had made sure to have enough intel to fight him. But one thing about his intel was off. He did not see the scythe that apparently he traditionally carries as a quote-unquote immortal man. But that didn't really matter to Naruto. Possibly it's either concealed or somewhere else within the bar. With that being said, Naruto would sit down, plopping himself right beside Hidan. And yes, this is Hidan of the Akatsuki. With Hidan, he's one of those characters that is a missing S-rank ninja who defected from Ugakure, and later joined the Akatsuki, of course, as we know, is a worshipper of Jashin. With that being said, Hidan's not the strongest ninja, and he doesn't particularly use a lot of jutsu. He's more of a physical fighter, which made this perfect for Naruto, who, well, didn't want to fight someone with too much ninjutsu. With that being said, Naruto would then weigh his chances here, as he would tell the bartender to pour him a drink and another drink for the guy beside him. Hidan would turn over, half drunk already. Really? You're buying me a drink? No one ever does that for free. What could it be that you want? Who, me? What I want? I don't want anything, Naruto would say. Well, then why'd you buy me a drink? You got a problem with me? When someone buys a drink for someone, it's a kind gesture, one of Naruto's companions would say to Hidan. Just accept the drink. Well, thank you then, stranger. Hidan would continue to laugh with his subordinates. Naruto now knew that his time to strike would be soon, when Hidan's guard was completely dropped. And soon, it would be completely dropped. It would then be that Naruto slipped something into Hidan's drink. Hidan then took a drink, or rather a sip of his drink, as he tasted something funny. With that, he began to yell, disgruntled and angered. He believed that someone poisoned his drink. He just didn't know who it was. First, he decapitated the bartender. But he did this very oddly. Naruto saw that he took out his scythe which, as one of the options that Naruto had theorized, was hidden beneath his garments. It'd be then that he took his scythe, slicing the bartender. Drawing blood, his face turned this black and white with markings, as he then cut off his own head. And then picked his own head. If you heard that in the background, that was an ad for the music clip that I was using. Anyways, with that being said, he watched 𝙎𝙈 transform into this form. The form that he had heard about in the stories. He then watched 𝙎𝙈 pick back up his head, and the pigmentation of his skin returned back to normal as he sat back down again. Naruto now got an idea of how his ability works. First, he must draw the blood, then create some sort of circle, and then hurt himself, and whatever he does to himself is transferred to whoever is hit. He said this quietly to his subordinates, as he then continued. It doesn't matter what he does to himself, so if he wishes to, say, stab himself in the heart, or an eye, or, heck, as he just did, decapitate himself, no matter what he does, it doesn't really matter, because no matter what, he will live. He truly is immortal. How you kill someone like that, I do not know. Maybe you would split up their body into 1,000,000 pieces and scatter them around the world. But this mission is going to prove to be a bit harder than I anticipated. What I slipped into his drink is a strong and fast-acting poison. The more he moves, the faster it enters his body. Within about 2 minutes, he should drop dead. What? Seriously? Yeah. And if he doesn't? If he doesn't, then I'm afraid to admit it, we might be outclassed here. He's an immortal man. I see. Yeah. Well, I could always use my ninjutsu, one of Naruto's subordinates said. Now this subordinate's name was 𝘾𝙍𝙄. 𝘾𝙍𝙄 was a special ninja, as he possessed space-time ninjutsu. Depending on how much chakra he used, he had the ability to make certain objects disappear. And it just so happened that, although it would take a lot out of him, he could make 𝙎𝙈's scythe completely disappear. As he made the scythe disappear, 𝙎𝙈 didn't even notice, that it was gone. With that, Naruto would swiftly decapitate 𝙎𝙈, as the bar then grew silent. Everyone in it was associates of 𝙎𝙈, as they began to prepare to fight Naruto and his subordinates. 𝙎𝙈 would yell at one of his men to attach his head, as the man instead told him to shut up, charging towards Naruto, who would duck, punching him in the gut, knocking the wind out of him and kicking him under his feet as he would take a blade and point it to his neck. Instead of trying to use him as some sort of hostage, he assumed that rogue ninja would not care for each other to that extent, and instead just plunged his blade right through his neck, killing him. With that, and as swiftly as he could, he would try to jump through as many of them as he could, stabbing and weaving and stabbing and parrying and counterattacking as he did. None of his men were harmed. None whatsoever. And with that, Naruto had guaranteed that they were all saved. But there were still 3 ninja left, who had avoided or survived all of Naruto's attacks. He then told his men to exit the bar. After they had, about 2 minutes later, after clashing with all of them, Naruto had deduced the strongest of them, charging right towards him. As he did, another would lay his hands on Naruto, as the entire bar would explode. Somehow, the ninja that had touched Naruto had some sort of... A man named 𝙎𝙈𝙊𝙊𝙏 had hit him. 𝙎𝙈𝙊 was a famed 𝘎𝙈𝙃 shinobi and a member of the village's explosion corps. With that being said, we have no idea when 𝙎𝙈𝙊 actually died. He was reanimated in the Great Shinobi War, the fourth one. In the anime, at some point after 𝙎𝙈𝙊's death, Orochimaru desired to gather his DNA in order to reincarnate him. And Kabuto recovered a sample of 𝙎𝙈𝙊's body, which was something that Orochimaru even praised him on. So we actually have no idea when he died specifically, but he was a part of the explosion corps. With that being said, in this timeline, he's going to have deserted the village, and, well, which allows him to be in this bar and act as one of Hidan's subordinates. Excuse me. With that being said, Naruto would be sent flying, as all of his men looked at him in awe. Half of his torso had been torn to pieces. Naruto breathed heavily, holding his chest. Damn it. I have to assess the situation. Naruto's eyesight began to grow dull as he almost fell to the ground. As then, adrenaline kicked in. Pumping through his body, he rose to his feet, rushing towards the man who had, well, exploded half of his body. With a sword in hand, he rushed towards the man, who grabbed Naruto's hand, throwing him up into the air and blasting him. Naruto would fall down to the ground, now missing a hand.
Shit. Man! Run now!
Naruto would yell louder than he had ever yelled before. If they did not run, they would be slaughtered. He knew that much. Nine-Tails' chakra then began to spew out of Naruto uncontrollably, as his men did not leave, but they did keep their distance. Nine-Tails, I don't ask you very much, but I need your help. I promise if you do this for me, I'll leave the Cloud Village. But I have to live. More and more Nine-Tails chakra would pour out of Naruto. This was evident with his relationship with the Kyuubi and how it had evolved. Normally, if a Jinchuriki was in this situation, Kurama would probably just let them die, so he could be reborn again anyway. With that being said, more and more Nine-Tails chakra would begin to heal Naruto. But unfortunately, it couldn't heal entire limbs. But there was a chakra coating now over his exposed torso and hand. Naruto then took his right hand, which was not blown to bits, and placed his own blade into his mouth. "All right now," Naruto would say. "Prepare to die." Naruto would rush towards the men. He had one blade in his mouth and another in his hand, as he would actually be fighting them. The explosive man would then grab onto Naruto. Naruto looked behind him, as the man immediately jumped off of him. The chakra that was around Naruto burned at the touch. Naruto looked around him. 3 ninja, he thought. He could survive. 100% he could survive. But more and more and more reinforcements started showing up. Rogue ninjas who were friends with the men kept coming and coming and coming. Pause. Before anyone clips that part, and like goes like timestamp like whatever time this is in the video. Like I like don't even like please don't Okay, anyways, back to what I was saying. With that being said, Naruto looked around. The number of men now numbered about 15, even more than he had to kill. With that, he jumped into the air. Pulling some kunai out, he threw them. He then threw together a few hand signs, as the kunai more than tripled. Naruto would then yell out, multiplying kunai technique. 1,000 shuriken. As the kunai would then turn into shuriken, which was the manipulation part, hitting his targets in stride. And again, only the 3 remained. Naruto, tired as ever, continued. Again and again and again, he used the same jutsu 3 times in a row, until he completely ran out of kunai. Damn it, Naruto said, as he realized he was going to have to try a new jutsu that he had been working on. See, Naruto had taken the Scroll of Sealing, and he had begun to develop a jutsu that we know as the Rasengan. And although it is a Rasengan, it is a different variant. Naruto instead adds water and lightning to the Rasengan. How, you might ask? Well, first he concentrates the chakra in his palm, and then he adds water. And then, as the attack is being launched, he then adds lightning. So, it's almost like a throwable Rasengan instead of a Chidori or a normal Rasengan with just water and lightning attributes. Naruto would then begin to condense the chakra in his hand, as his tailed beast tails would begin to do the concentrating of the chakra. The men would look at Naruto perplexed. How could such a person exist? Someone who could still stand after missing half their torso and a hand. Naruto would then yell out, Rasengan, as he would throw it at the men. With that, it would disappear and they would see nothing. They would laugh. They believed that Naruto's luck had ran out. But instead, they were wrong. Completely and utterly wrong. Naruto's luck hadn't ran out. It was fine. But his Rasengan had just disappeared. When it impacted Gari, he had no idea, as it pierced right through his heart, and then came right back around for another ninja and another ninja. A big explosion would then be created, as Naruto would curse himself. It's still a work in progress, he would say, as he would fall to one knee. His ninja would then run out to his aid, but they were fools. The leader of Skita would appear, dressed in all black, with short black hair. He would look Naruto up and down. Naruto, who at this point is wearing a mask, concealing his true identity. The man watched Naruto. Leave, all of you. This guy means business. What? He's barely taller than you, so he's probably some Chunin who deserted his village. Kill him. No! Naruto would yell. I said, run. But they didn't listen. And all of them would be subject to an attack from the man. The man would raise his arm into the air, as he would then drop it yelling, "Kirin!" With that, a huge thunder dragon would be seen with red crimson eyes dropping on the ninja below. Naruto would weave together 3 hand signs, slamming his hand into the ground. With that, he would then pull out 3 kunai he had been saving in his back pocket. Damn it, Naruto thought. Another jutsu that he wasn't confident about. Another jutsu that he wasn't sure about. See, he believed that he had mastered this jutsu, well, as far as mastery could come without ever using it in a battle. And so he felt sweat trickle down his face as he threw the kunai towards the lightning beast. He then weaved together some more hand signs, yelling out, "Flying Thunder God technique. Guiding Thunder." With that, the kunai would create a space-time barrier. See, one of the jutsus that he had stolen from the Scroll of Sealing was none other than the Flying Raijin technique that his very own father was infamous for. And with that, it would soon begin to disappear into nothingness, and his men were rejoiced. Now, Naruto is pretty okay. Besides, of course, the fact that half of his torso is missing and he's missing a hand. But for the most part, he has enough chakra for sure to fight. With that being said, and he also has the the 9 tails chakra with him right now at this moment. He then looked before him at the man in black. "You. I saw your picture in the bingo books, and I didn't believe it." For a moment, the man's face faltered from its stern, stoic look. The man then tilted his head upwards as he began to want to listen to what Naruto was saying, as Naruto then continued. "When I read 𝙎𝙈𝙊𝙃𝙃, I couldn't help but be surprised. A rogue ninja? Why would you ever leave Konoha? They treated you like a god there. How did you know? How do you know who I am?" Coincidentally, Naruto's mask would be broken at this exact minute, as one last shinobi stood in his way. You see, this shinobi was a master in weaponry, and ended up sending a specialized kunai towards Naruto, which very quickly broke his mask. And if he hadn't realized, he probably would have been dead. He then looked around, finding the ninja, and blitzing him, cutting him in 2. Naruto then returned to his previous location. As he spoke to Sasuke Uchiha. You, the last survivor of the Uchiha clan. Well, the second last anyway. What? How did you know there's another? Your older brother, Itachi Uchiha. Anywho, why did you leave Konoha, Sasuke? Why? Yes, why? Because I needed to get stronger. This, creating some little settlement of rogue ninjas, is this how you get stronger? It's but a means to an end. Are you doubting me, Naruto? How did you know it was me? I can see you so clearly now. Those blue eyes I can never forget. When I was a child, I would see you, gawking in corners, sulking and whining and crying, like a little brat. This made Naruto's blood boil. But Sasuke saw this coming, using his Tsutomu Sharingan to launch a genjutsu towards Naruto. Naruto would easily break this genjutsu, as he is not fully linked with Kurama, but is, like, at the same time. With that being said, he would rush towards Sasuke, slamming his fist straight into him. As smoke would pour out of Sasuke's body, it was a shadow clone. Naruto looked around. Sasuke was in his previous location. He realized that it wasn't a shadow clone, but rather a substitution jutsu. Why must we fight, Naruto? You and I both have checkered past. What? What do you mean? I mean, I'm never returning to the Hidden Leaf Village. And I don't believe that you'll want to return to the Hidden Cloud either. What? Why not? They're using you. They've used you ever since you got there. I was never looking for you, but my former sensei, 𝘾𝙍𝙈𝙊𝙃, the copy ninja, he told me that if I was ever to find you, to give you this. Pulling out an envelope, he gave it to Naruto. Naruto grabbed it, placing it in his pocket. As his Biju chakra then began to fade, although his eyes remained a slit red color, as Kurama tried to repair as much damage as he could. Who did this to you, Naruto? What do you mean? I mean, your wounds, they look fatal. These wounds, no, I'll be fine in no time. Naruto wasn't so sure of this. But, temporarily, he would create a chakra body. What I mean by this is he would make his body whole again using chakra. So he had a working hand, a torso that felt stiff, and that kind of thing. Sasuke was amazed at how much chakra Naruto had. But it made sense for a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, he thought. See, now some of you may be asking questions. What? How did Sasuke end up here? You see, after the Land of Waves, soon after, Sasuke had actually left, and nobody actually knows that he's gone yet. When they find out, of course, that will be when the real problem starts. But he left about 3 months ago, after all of his therapy was done, so nobody really had any reason to check up on him. But, with that being said, he had decided to start Skida as a means of finding Itachi. He figured that since Itachi is a rogue ninja, if he ever strolled by, he could fight him and kill him. But alas, Naruto is here now, and has taken out most members of Skida anyway. Sasuke drew his blade. Your comrades, should I kill them? After what I tell you, I'm certain that you will not be a part of your own village. Should I kill your comrades so you have no witnesses? No. Instead, do you have enough chakra to launch one of those lightning dragon things again? You mean Kirin? Yeah. I suppose I might. How come? Do it again. I'll teleport all of my men away, and they'll have assumed that I died. What? Yes. It's the only way. Fine. I'm trusting you, Naruto. If you betray me, it won't end well. Yeah. You say that as if we've been friends for 10 years. Or as if we've been enemies for that same amount of time. Sure. Sasuke rose his hand to the sky again as the men around Naruto began to scream in terror. No! Again? How much chakra does this guy have? Jiren! Sasuke would slam his hand to the ground again. Naruto then would weave a few signs, teleporting all of his men back to the hidden cloud village. Relieved, but scared for Naruto, they realized that he had done the noblest thing of all. He had sacrificed himself for the sake of the village. And so, they would have all immediately report back to the 4th Raikage. What is it? And where's Naruto? Lord Raikage, we have important news. One of the Jonin began to clear his throat. You see, spit it out already before I hit you, the Raikage would say, as the man began to quicken his voice. Naruto Uzumaki, he's what? Where is he? He's dead. What? The Raikage's eyes almost filled with tears right there and then, but he wiped them without anyone being able to notice. He straightened his posture, and he looked at the ninja in front of him. Why on earth? How on earth did that happen? You see, Raikage, we were going on that S-rank mission. And the S-rank mission that Killer Bee and Yugito both wanted to accompany him on? Yes. Damn it. He should have listened. Curses. Continue, though. I must know how he fell. You see, we soon came to find out that the small settlement that we were to take out just a few rogue ninjas was actually a complete small village of rogue ninjas. I can carry on for you. Yuzuri. Yeah, thank you. Meito. See, the man's voice began weak, or rather, became weak, with the thought of everything that had happened. And Meito was the closest man to Naruto on the squad. Lord Raikage. We arrived in the village and soon came to find out that it was a village of mercenaries and rogue ninja. Men in the bingo books, S, A, B rank ninja everywhere that we looked. Eventually we ran into the bar. Naruto poisoned a man's drink and ended up killing several men as well. See, the man that he poisoned his drink was an immortal man who he decapitated, and the head still talked. What of that man, I'm not sure, but we were supposed to capture him. After that, one of his subordinates attacked Naruto. He used some sort of explosion technique, either with a paper bomb or with his hand. Regardless, the entire bar was destroyed and we were out in the open. Several more S and A rank ninja appeared as Naruto took on all of them. This explosion man then blew off half of Naruto's torso and one of his hands. What? And he still fought? Yes. Naruto continued. What about the Kyuubi? Did he help? Yes, he was surrounded by that red chakra that the Jinchurikis possess. Anywho, he fought and he fought and he fought. He saved us countless times during just that small ordeal. And then he fought even longer The battle lasted for hours until most, if not all of them, were killed. And then what? Some man in all black shot up out of the blue. He looked us over and raised his hand to the sky as a lightning dragon bigger than anything I've ever seen before, with crimson red eyes, descended on us. And Naruto weaved a few signs together. I believe he was using the flying thunder god technique, but no matter, he sent it away. The Raikage then thought to himself, I see. So that explains that noise I heard. You see, the hidden cloud had felt some rumbling for a bit, as he had sent it back to one of their training grounds. As the ninja Meito then continued, we rejoiced when he had done so. He had saved us once more, but then he seemed to have known the man. His name was Sasuke Uchiha. Uchiha? No way. A surviving member of the Uchiha clan. That's who he was fighting. The Raikage thought to himself, as Meito then continued. They spoke for a moment, and then Naruto rushed towards the man. He was placed into a genjutsu for only a moment, and then it was a substitution jutsu that the man had used, so when Naruto attacked him, it was nothing. He raised his hand once more into the sky and used the same exact technique. Naruto was barely on his feet, and instead, he teleported us all back to the village. I hate to assume the worst, but the only possibility is that he's dead. The amount of chakra coming off of the attack would have been enough to kill Naruto at least 3 times over. The Raikage's fists clenched together as he slammed his fist into his wall, cracking down all the way from where he hit down to the foundation of the building. Damn it! How could I let this happen? No, Raikage, don't blame yourself. That's not what Naruto would have wanted. Don't tell me what Naruto would have wanted! He smashed the ninja in the face, sending him flying. Today the cloud will mourn, and later we will find and kill Sasuke Uchiha of the Hidden Leaf Village. I see. Goodbye, Raikage. Most, if not all, of the shinobi in the room would say almost in unison, except for Meito, who was lying head first on the ground. They then were dismissed as the Raikage began to melt in frustration, anger, sadness, and everything in between. Naruto was almost like a brother to him, and he was now gone. But we now return back to Naruto and his conversation with Sasuke Uchiha, the deserter. Alright, Sasuke, what was it that you wanted to tell me? As an Uchiha, my skill set is pretty valuable to the Hidden Leaf Village. Me and Kakashi Hatake are the only 2 ninja within the Leaf Village that possess the Sharingan, and I'm the only Uchiha left. Anyways, I was sent on one of those initial squads. What do you mean? One of the initial squads to find you. I see. I knew that there were ambu squads sent out, but to what extent, I had no idea. Anywho, go on. Well, it's just that. I worked together with some ambu who weren't really ambu. They were a part of a man named Donzo's special unit, known as Root. Root? Yeah, they do a ton of shady stuff. But that's besides the point. While talking with one of them, not only did they try to steal my eye. You mean try to steal your Sharingan? Yeah. But during our conversation, I realized that if we ever did find you and capture you, apparently we were to keep your identity hidden from the public and lock you away. Place you under numerous genjutsu at almost all times, experiment on your body, and basically use you as a weapon. A weapon that was only to be used in the case of a ninja war. And they wanted someone in Root to take my Sharingan so that they could use it to control the tailed beast within you. Of course, they're fools. The genjutsu I used on you is probably about the strongest that they could have if they had my eyes. But anyways, I do apologize. For what? Well, if you were ever to return to the Leaf Village, your fate would be nothing. It sucks to suck, but the higher-ups in the village wish to use your power for their own good. So I'm sorry that, unless it's as a rogue ninja, you'll never be able to return to Konoha. Naruto faltered for a second. He didn't know what to say, what to do, how to respond to what Sasuke had just said. But he gathered his thoughts. And then he spoke. Well, I'm going to need a new friend, aren't I, Sasuke? Are you asking me to be your friend, Naruto? Yes, that's exactly what I'm asking you right now. Well, then I accept. Having a friend in this world can't hurt, right? Sasuke and Naruto would then shake hands as they walked the ninja world. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Cloud Village, they are now putting together a squad to touch down on Skida as soon as possible. Even if they cannot avenge Naruto, they will surely bring his body back. With that being said, Naruto and Sasuke at this time are looking for Itachi Uchiha. Now, Naruto has his own goal. His goal, to bring peace to the ninja world and unite every single nation. But at this current time, he doesn't have really many options to do that. So currently, he sees no better option than helping Sasuke to find Itachi. Naruto would tell Sasuke about the bingo books and how they can be pretty useful in finding someone's location. The bingo books? Sasuke questioned Naruto after he told him about them. Yes, the bingo books. Think of them as I know what the bingo books are. Okay, so why are you so surprised? I'm not surprised. I just don't know how it will help me find Sasuke. Or, sorry, you're gonna find yourself? No, I meant find Itachi. Damn it, Naruto, you're such a nuisance. Well, you're correct on that. In the past, I wanted to hunt down every S and A rank criminal in the bingo books, and I can't lie. Itachi's one of those ones I could never find. no matter how hard I looked. Of course, that's not the only thing I did, and I was usually preoccupied with other things that didn't allow me to look for him. But there is one rogue ninja that I would want to find. It's Itachi Uchiha. I know he killed your clan. I know he deserted the village and left you. But I have a feeling that he had to have had a pretty good damn reason to do so. Maybe no reason supersedes that of family and bond, but I think if he's anything like you, Sasuke, then he's true to his resolve and steadfast with his morals. So, I suppose yeah. I see. Well, maybe you're right, but I have to kill him. I'm the only one who can. If that's the way you see it, I won't ever stop you from finding Itachi Uchiha. Nor will I ever stop you in trying to find him. Nor will I never cease to support you. But if your blade falters, when we see Itachi Uchiha, which we will, I promise you that, then everything you told me is wrong, and you mustn't take his life. And I will subdue you if that day comes. What? For a moment, a tear almost shed down Sasuke's face. He thought to himself, is this what it means to have a real friend? Naruto Uzumaki. What an interesting boy. And he's my friend. Sasuke had seen the world as how it is. Cutthroat. Sad, depressing, lonely. But when he looked at Naruto, he saw a world of possibilities. He saw a man who may truly one day be able to piece things together. Who may truly one day be able to do as he says. Bring peace and love to every single nation and unite them. What a noble dream. And so, they continued on to find Itachi Uchiha. Naruto would also share one useful piece of information with Sasuke, which was that Itachi had joined a group known as the Akatsuki, whose goal, hunting down the 9 Jinchuriki in the ninja world, and collecting the tailed beast. Doesn't that mean that you're in trouble, Naruto, and that he's hunting you? Exactly. The problem here is, he probably thinks I'm dead. I'm sure word will spread pretty quickly in the Hidden Cloud Village that the Nine-Tailed Jinchuriki is deceased. But I have a feeling he won't buy it. But who knows? I also have a feeling I might just be able to find him, Sasuke. How? Well, his partner, Kisame Hoshigake, his partner? The Akatsuki travel in groups of 2. Usually their partner either has a similar skill set or a similar ideal, or the fact of the matter is you don't want them killing each other, so they're not too outclassed from each other. The facts of the matter is, I had a fight with Kisame a really, really long time ago, now that I think about it. But I do know somewhere that they might go. If we were thinking smart here, the one-tails 𝙎𝙈 of the sand is probably the only tailed beast who has yet to be taken. Or rather, he is the first on their list. Okay, because it didn't make sense how you said it earlier. I thought you... Yeah. So are we going to the sand village then, Naruto? Yes, 𝙎𝙈𝙊𝙃 it is. Naruto and Sasuke would make their way to the hidden sand village, as there would be 4 guards at the gate. Sasuke would use his genjutsu on them to make them fall to their knees, and then face first into the ground. Sasuke would then walk past them with Naruto, as they wore capes and gowns that covered their bodies, and hoods as well. Upon walking into the sand village, the culture there was quite different than anything that they had seen before. Of course, Naruto, coming from the Leaf in the Hidden Cloud village, had experienced much different things than 𝙎𝙈𝙃, and Sasuke, someone who was only native to the Hidden Leaf village, hadn't really experienced much of the outside world, and seeing the sand village like this was a retrospective look into a different society in the ninja world. Naruto and Sasuke looked around, as they began asking the locals where they could find 𝙎𝙈 of the sand. Many either said nothing, or looked around before saying the smallest bits of details. But after about an hour of looking around, they found out that he resides within their Kage building. And so, that's exactly where they headed. On their way, several ninja tried to unmask their identities, but instead, they were left either injured, knocked out, or dead on the ground, as they littered the streets with sand village ninja. They also figured that this would probably be a great way on finding 𝙎𝙈. See, if they create a big deal of commotion, then who's to say that he wouldn't just appear out of nowhere? That was at least their initial thinking. But, with that being said, eventually, they were completely correct. And soon after, causing commotion, they would find 𝙎𝙈 of the sand. Naruto and Sasuke were fighting some 𝙎𝙈𝙃 ninja, as they quickly dispatched of them. The air around them then began to look like sand, as Naruto and Sasuke knew that this had to be the 𝙎𝙈 of the sand that is, well, critically acclaimed within the village. Naruto smirked, and so did Sasuke. They sliced away the sand, but it did not disperse. They continued to do so, until eventually it became a clump of sand. The sand then suffocated both of them. Naruto and Sasuke talked within the sand. Sasuke, this doesn't look too good, does it? No. Every time I've tried slicing away at the sand, it doesn't move either. Should I use my Chidori? No, I've got this. Also, if he is a Jinchuriki, then he should know fear when he feels this. 9 tails! Naruto would slam together his hands, as Biju chakra would then pour off of his body. He would then explode with chakra, as he then let out a small roar. The sand around him would fall to nothingness at his feet, and Sasuke's feet, as 𝙎𝙈 of the sand stood in front of them. With his soulless eyes and eyeshadow, you could tell that he hadn't been, sleeping for many days. Naruto and Sasuke observed 𝙎𝙈, as 𝙎𝙈 asked why they were there. Why are you in the village? 𝙎𝙈 would ask, as Naruto and Sasuke said nothing, only jumping back further from 𝙎𝙈 to create distance between them and his sand, which clearly came out of some sort of gourd from his back. Sasuke would let out a sigh. Gaara of the Sand, we come here to speak with you. To speak with me? Get out of my sight! Now! Wind release. Great breakthrough. Gaara then used a basic wind release great breakthrough technique on Naruto and Sasuke, as they would just use both of their swords to implant themselves in the ground so that they wouldn't be able to be moved by the wind release technique. After that, they weighed their options, as Naruto told Sasuke that he was going to engage from up close and Sasuke should aid him from farther away. Sasuke said that's fine, and that he wanted to try a new fire style technique that he's been working on. So Sasuke and Naruto then nodded at each other as Naruto would run towards Gaara. Gaara wasn't expecting this. One for close range and one for farther. Sasuke and Naruto were very smart in this tactic, but Gaara was quite confused. Before Naruto and Sasuke could even make their way over to Gaara, Gaara would allow himself to use a sand clone, taking cover behind some buildings. His sand clone would then fight Naruto, up close and personal, as Naruto would utterly obliterate this clone. See, Naruto is very strong physically, and so is his ninjutsu. But a clone that's not even fully Gaara stands no chance against Naruto, who would quickly burst the clone into nothingness with only 2 hits. Gaara's jaw almost dropped. 2 people this powerful? He had to kill them. It would prove his worth, he thought to himself. As he rushed out into the opening, Sasuke appeared, with a Chidori in his hand. Naruto didn't know what was going to happen, but he closely observed. Naruto then pushed Sasuke out of the way. Behind Sasuke was a blade of sand. A blade of sand that could very well have easily killed Sasuke. Sasuke thanked Naruto. With a Chidori still in his hand, he rushed towards Gaara once more. Naruto then threw 3 kunai at Gaara, who didn't even dodge. Naruto wondered if it was another sand clone, but instead, sand came to Gaara as if he didn't even have to control it. Naruto was at a loss of words. He then threw 4 more kunai, each in different directions towards Gaara, and every single time the sand naturally came to protect him. Naruto then thought to himself, this is probably a perk of being the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed Shikaku, the sand beast, or rather the sand tanuki. With that being said, Naruto then watched as Sasuke pulled his Chidori back and released it on Gaara, as Gaara would slowly yell out, ultimately hard absolute defense, shield of sand, shield of Shukaku. With that being said, Sasuke's Chidori would be stuck inside of the basically shield of Shukaku, as Sasuke could not even move his hand. This is like the you guys probably know what I'm talking about. It's like basically it's an image of Shukaku. Like, I'll try to put it on screen, but if it's not on screen, I'm sorry. I forgot while editing. But it's basically just Shukaku, like, with his hands out. And it's like a mini Shukaku. He used this in his battle against Kankuro. Or, sorry, not Kankuro, Kimaru. Anyways, with that being said, after using this defense, Gaara would then pull his fist back, punching Sasuke 1, 2, and 3 times. After that, he would realize that Sasuke and Naruto were threats that he hadn't ever experienced. And so he decided that he would have to go all out to seal them both away. With that, he would use the same technique that he had used on Kankuro at one point. He called this technique Prison Sand Burial. Slowly but surely, Gaara would use his chakra to break open the earth and use his sand to pull Naruto and Sasuke up 200 meters well, rather down 200 meters underground. But for now, they were slowly being dragged into the dirt beneath them. This included homes, small stores, people's animals. Everything was being pulled into Gaara's quicksand. And it was just another example of his strength to the ninja and, well, civilians as well in the village. They thought that Naruto and Sasuke were stupid for even trying to beat him. But, with that being said, Naruto and Sasuke would soon realize that they were not able to escape. It was dragging them down far too quickly. You see, using his chakra, Gaara can break open the earth and use the sand to pull a target up to 200 meters underground. Targets are dragged down so quickly that they cannot escape. Because of the depth that they're being buried at, targets are rendered unable to move even a finger. Gaara then applies additional pressure to them with the sand, crushing them quite literally to death. But, with that being said, the only person we've actually seen this technique used on is 𝘾𝙍𝙈, and not a fellow Jinchuriki who has basically merged with his tailed beast. Anywho, Naruto and Sasuke would then grit their teeth looking at one another. Naruto would tell Sasuke that he had a way out of this. You see, while he had been entering the hidden sand village, he had been placing multiple flying Raijin kunai all over the place. Naruto soon began to realize that the flying Raijin kept coming in to save his butt. He looked at Sasuke and told Sasuke to hold on to his back. Sasuke would then place his hand firmly on Naruto's back, as Naruto would weave together a few hand signs. As Gaara would then be unable to see them, as they were buried so deep under the ground that it was basically virtually impossible for Gaara to see them now, he began to apply more pressure to crush them to death. But instead, Naruto would use the flying Raijin to teleport out of the sand and back to basically the gate of the village. With the sand ninja who were guarding the village still knocked out, Naruto and Sasuke would quickly make their way back into the village. Naruto would appear behind Gaara. Trying to put him in a chokehold, he almost did, but his sand came to protect him, creating distance between Naruto's arms and Gaara's neck. Sasuke then appeared with another Chidori, this time blitzing right for Gaara, who would put up a shield. But it wasn't fast enough. Gaara would be hit, as he would then begin to bleed.
What is this? It's so warm and wet. Mother, what is it?
The blood then began to drip on his hand. Gaara screamed and screamed and screamed. He had never felt his own blood before. Warm and wet. He didn't know what to do. He was so scared. He was shaking in terror. These two ninja, who were they? What was their goal? Why were they here? These things flashed through his mind. Naruto would then jump back from Gaara, as his sand continued to take on a defensive position. Naruto would then prepare a Rasengan. During his time with Sasuke, he had been trying to perfect the Rasengan. And it was actually working. See, he was able to get the Rasengan back to its normal level, since, as you can imagine, some of you are asking, how does Sasuke have the Chidori? What? Well, it's simply because he has obviously trained with Kakashi to have the Chidori in this timeline a little bit earlier, as this wouldn't be too much later after the Land of Waves, which would be canonically around the time that he does get the Chidori, but since we know that the Land of Waves didn't really end well, obviously gave Kakashi a lot more trauma, made him quit being a Jonin captain for forever, basically. Sasuke in this timeline has learned it sooner from Kakashi, who would basically give that jutsu to Sasuke as a way of ensuring that he's better protected and that kind of thing, since he is the last living Uchiha. But with that being said, Sasuke had seen the Chidori first made and realized that Chidori and Rasengan are very similar, and told Naruto that there is a form of the Chidori known as the Rasengan, which is the Chidori with chakra instead of basically with lightning. So if you take away the lightning from the Chidori, it's a Rasengan. And he basically told Naruto how to do this, and Naruto realized that he had a jutsu that was very similar. He just used his other chakra natures with it. And so instead, he just condensed the chakra into his palm, and there he had it, a Rasengan. With that being said, he then slammed this Rasengan into the sand from the other side, which pushed Gaara even further into Sasuke's Chidori, causing him to scream in agony even further. Ninja watched from above, as they had no idea what was going on. "No way," one ninja said. Another, "It can't be." And another, who seemed to be some sort of Jonin captain, said, "The Tanuki of the sand is injured?" Who knew there were such powerful ninja walking around? They were able to defeat Gaara. Gaara continued to scream, begging for help from the people of the sand. But nobody came to save him. Even Temari and Kankuro would eventually arrive on the scene, yet they offered no help. None at all. Even his captain offered no help. No one came to the rescue. No one came to save them in his cries of help. Even people who had always tried to befriend Gaara, hoping that they would find some way to escape his claws of death, had not come to him. They wished to have nothing to do with him and would rather prefer him dead. He was the son of the former Kazekage, but to them he was nothing. It was said that one day he would soon be Kazekage, but it did not matter to the villagers. It mattered to no one. Not only were they scared of Naruto and Sasuke, but they would have preferred if Gaara just died sooner. They were scared that he might just transform into Shikaku and destroy everything, as he had in the past and did whenever he fell asleep. They didn't know what to do, but they knew that they were not going to help Gaara. Many ninja even said for Gaara to die already, and even aided Naruto and Sasuke, throwing small shuriken, which were easily deflected by Gaara's bond with his mother, or even just small shuriken, paper bombs, anything you can think of. Some ninja were even so spiteful as to send full-on wind attacks and fire-style attacks towards Gaara to see if they could dent his sand, his armor, or even potentially be the one to score a kill on Gaara. See, Kankuro and Temari realized this, as they would give those ninja several beatings. They watched in awe. They didn't know what to do, but they decided to turn their back on their little brother, walking away. Of course, it hurts, but they never really had any true connection with Gaara. He always scared them, and even when he did come to comfort, the comforting came with some sort of claws, a claws of death, revenge, anger, pity, sadness. These emotions plagued Gaara and were very evident in his relationship with Kankuro and Temari. You see, at this point, Naruto and Sasuke realized that Gaara was hated in his village, and that Gaara had no one. So, Naruto would raise his hand into the sky, along with Sasuke doing the same. Sasuke then pulled out his Chidori, as Naruto did the same with his Rasengan. Naruto would then yell out, "Wind Dragon! Heavenly Retribution!" As Sasuke would yell out, "Kirin!" Also, for any of you wondering how Sasuke got the Kirin, it's quite simple. He just learns it earlier in this timeline, and without the assistance of Orochimaru or anyone having to teach him, he just applied the teaching of the Chidori and assumed that if he added even more chakra to it, he could just, well, quite simply, create some sort of thunder dragon, and eventually he would get that kind of thunder dragon that he got from the Kirin, and would be able to use it from time to time, although he can only use the Kirin 3 to 4 times during any given day, and because he's used the Chidori and the Kirin now, or, well, soon enough, he will only have about half of his potential chakra reserve to use the Kirin, so he can only use it 2 more times. With that being said, a giant thunder dragon mixed with a giant wind dragon would then descend on Gaara. Now, all and any ninja civilians, pets, animals, dogs, people were all gone. They had decided to flee the scene as soon as the dragon appeared in the sky. With that, their attack landed on Gaara, as his ultimate sand defense would be broken. And Gaara lied on the ground. And although, with blood pouring from his body, he was alive, but he was knocked out. See, it would be then that Naruto and Sasuke would grab Gaara. Naruto specifically would put Gaara on his back as they would flee the village. Several Anbu of the sand village, my apologies, realized this, wondering where they were taking the Jinchuriki, and tried to stop Naruto and Sasuke, but of course they failed miserably. Eventually some time would pass and they would take Naruto to a campground that they had set up. They then began fishing, as Gaara soon woke up, beside Sasuke. Where am I? You're not too far from your village, actually. About half a day's trip away, for any normal people. I see. What are you to do with me? We're not going to harm you, Gaara. We genuinely just wanted to speak with you. What? That can't be true. I'm going to kill you the moment that I've recovered enough to do so. Is Gaara awake over there, Sasuke? Naruto would say after catching about 85 fish. What the hell, Naruto? I said capture just a few fish. You have to put some of those back, or you're gonna ruin the ecosystem. Okay, I'll put some back. Naruto then put 57 back, as they still had a good amount left. With that, they began cooking the fish, as Naruto would begin speaking to Gaara, who was still hell-bent on killing them. Naruto then lit a lighter in his hand. So, Gaara, tell me more about your life in the Sand Village. What do you mean? What life? Well, that's where you're from, no? I mean, it is, but what does that matter? I think it matters quite a bit. You're the Jinchuriki of the One Tails, aren't you? I am, yeah. Well, I'm from the Hidden Leaf Village, and the Hidden Cloud Village. My name's Naruto Uzumaki, and I know who you are. Just about everybody in our village does. What? You're the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, aren't you? Yeah. How'd you know? Well, quite simple, actually. Some big thing with 𝙎𝙈, the small town of mercenaries and rogue ninja. Apparently, you took them all out, all by yourself. They say that you sacrificed yourself for your men. But I did already know who you were before that. You see, you ended up killing several Sand Ninja, and if you ever read your bingo book file, you would know that you were listed as having killed several 𝙎𝙈𝙊𝙃𝙃 higher-ups. For better or for worse, we were hunting you. Of course, we never expected you to show up at our front door. And I blindly attacked you. Had I known this would happen to me, I probably would have weighed my options. For some reason, although I want to kill you, both of you so badly, I feel as if you two are the two people that I shouldn't kill in this world. Maybe it's because you're jerky like me. Or maybe it's something else. But those eyes you have, both of you, the eyes of a survivor. Naruto looked down to the ground. You see, Gaara, I think that when people get hurt, they learn to hate. When people hurt others, they become hated and racked with guilt. But knowing that pain allows people to be kind. Pain allows people to grow, and how you grow is up to you. So you should start anew. Lead your life via a different example. Because people who continue to put their lives on the line to defend their faith become heroes and continue to exist in legend. And personally, I think that a smile is the easiest way out of a difficult situation. So, even if you fail, failing doesn't give you a reason to give up, as long as you believe. Gaara began to violently sob. Naruto had to have experienced several of the same things that Gaara had, and Gaara knew this. Naruto was probably hated, Naruto was probably feared, Naruto was probably bullied and antagonized. He thought this, but Naruto made it more real when he spoke it. You see, the pain of being all alone in this world is completely insane, isn't it? I don't know why, but I understand your feelings so much it actually hurts. Even though the 9 Dilsons inside of me, I've always felt alone. And when I was younger, everyone hated me. People would throw rotten tomatoes at me, or better yet, rotten eggs. They would throw any leftovers over at me. They would shun me, make me feel like I wasn't human. I tried to play with kids my age, but I wasn't allowed. It was the worst feeling ever. My father was the Hokage, and I think if people knew that, I would never have been treated that way, but it was kept a secret, and I was bullied. Almost anyone I saw in the village gave me a look of terror, and eventually I left. I spent several years in the Hidden Cloud Village just to find out that to them I was also the same as I was to the Hidden Leaf Village. A means to an end, a weapon of mass destruction that could be used and utilized for the betterment of their villages. I came to see many people there as brothers, but to them I was just, as I said, a means to an end. So I do understand your pain, Gaara, and you don't have to share that with me and Sasuke here. But if you would be willing to answer some questions of ours, we would appreciate that. Gaara continued to cry endlessly. He finally met someone like him. Someone who had been through the pain and suffering that he had. Someone who could emphasize with Gaara. And so he answered any question they had. And eventually, Naruto decided that he wanted to speak to Shukaku. The thing that had kept him up late at night and never allowed him to sleep. And so he did. Placing his hand on Gaara's arm, he entered Gaara's subconscious, staring up at Shukaku the One-Tails. Shukaku of the Sand. As far as I'm aware, you've been in the Hidden Sand Village for generations now. Your first Jinchuriki wouldn't have been this boy, Gaara, but instead, a man named Bunpuku, who was a clergyman, right? Yes, and what of it? You're really starting to tick me off, boy. Well, as far as I'm aware, this was followed by another host, not important enough to be named. I can't remember what they called him in the book I read, but some random. And then, before you were placed inside Gaara here, he was still in his mother's womb. Anywho, all I'm going to say is, I swear to God, I swear on my ninja way, I swear on everything that I hold dear to me. If you ever come out, and Gaara doesn't want you to, so that means if he's sleeping, or resting his eyes, I swear on everything, I will teleport to you, and I will kill you. A mere boy like you thinks that he can kill me. See, Shukaku had no idea that Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and you might be thinking, why? Well, Naruto did this intentionally. He wanted to see the personality of Shukaku, and he thought if he came in with the Nine-Tails chakra oozing out of him, his opinion of Naruto would definitely be swayed. Naruto then continued. Well, let's hope we don't have to find out, as his eyes turned a red color, with slits in them. Shukaku, not seeing this, slammed his hand down on Naruto, trying to force him out of his own subconscious. Naruto smirked, holding the hand with just a mere finger. Nine-Tails chakra now began to emanate off of his body, as Shukaku knew which of the tailed beast he was the Jinchuriki of. His fiercest rival, Kurama. Naruto continued to speak once more now. I'm not going to warn you again, Shukaku. I am serious. Naruto then left on his own accord, as Gaara, for the first time in forever, had a smile on his face as Naruto exited. He thanked Naruto, and promised that forever he would serve him. But Naruto laughed. Serve me? I'm not worthy enough to serve. Just like everybody else, I have my strengths and weaknesses. A weakness of mine happens to be talking to people. I'd rather talk than fight, but in this world there's not much opportunity for that. I spoke to Shukaku and told him that if he ever comes out, and it's not your wish for him to do so, that I will kill him. So you will never travel without this kunai, you hear me? Naruto would pull out a kunai that was marked with the sealings of a flying Raijin teleportation seal. Gaara accepted the kunai, but said to Naruto that he wants to travel with him and Sasuke. Naruto was shocked by this. Travel with me and Sasuke? He looked at Sasuke and then back at Gaara. I don't know. Maybe that's not too good of an idea. Or maybe it is, I don't know. Naruto would look over at Sasuke, who would tell Naruto that they should take Gaara along with them, as Naruto loved the idea of that, and so did Gaara. With that, Gaara would join them on their travels to find Itachi Uchiha. We now have a time skip of about 1 month. During this time, it is now known to Konoha that Sasuke has left the village, and they assume that he has been kidnapped. Of course, not only is Sarutobi, but Danzo is also scrambling. How could the Leaf Village lose both the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the last living Uchiha that they have in just a matter of years? Of course, it has been a while, like 8 years is a long time, but regardless. With that being said, during this month, Naruto, Sasuke, and Gaara have been traveling together and becoming more acquainted with one another. Of course, Naruto and Sasuke's bond was already strong. Of course, it also helps that they are the reincarnations of Asura and Indra, but it grew even stronger, and they also grew a connection with Gaara as well. With that being said, eventually they would be known by a certain name in the ninja world. They would take on various small jobs, but also big jobs as well, and would always come out on top. They were known as the Ash Trio. See, they were called the Ash Trio, if you can imagine, because they always left ash in their leave. Quite literally, because they would always kill whoever their opponent was and leave nothing but ash. Pretty cool name, if I do say so myself. But with that being said, during their travels, Naruto, Sasuke, and Gaara had been at a village where the people in the village were treated very poorly. And Naruto had to bear direct witness to it. See, after this experience, Naruto had decided that he wasn't going to abide by the normal rules of the ninja world, and that instead he would become an outlier. That instead, he would create his own nation, his own village. And although it might not be recognized by the other 5 great nations or any other villages in the world, he would create it. He would gather people who were like him, outcasts, people who were hated. It didn't matter to him what walk of life you came from, but no one would be treated unequally. Now, it isn't some form of communism. Everyone doesn't have the same amount of stuff or isn't equal in that sense, but everybody would be treated with respect. In Naruto's eyes, the perfect village is one where no one feels alone. You know? With that being said, so, what would Naruto call this village that he decided to create? Well, he decided to name it the Village Hidden Within the Ash. Or in other words, Ashinogakure. With that being said, Naruto quickly had to decide a few things. For now, he knew that he couldn't just abandon Sasuke and Gaara and create his village, but instead, maybe he could use it as a hub. For example, a place where they could both I guess all 3 of them could permanently stay. See, they were always on the run, always moving, never stopping. So, if they could find a place where they could always rest and always relax, then that would be the perfect place. And so, they did just that. They would all help in building the village, and soon enough, with of course their combined powers, they would create a vast village. Of course, it was very small. Compared to any of the great nations, it was nothing, but it was on the size of several smaller villages that surrounded these said nations. With that being said, it was almost impossible for other nations to disregard it as not existing on the map, and soon maps would decide to include it, but still every daimyo failed to regard it as an actual village. With that being said, it would also during this time that Naruto would undergo a change in identity. See, Naruto's tale ended. I don't mean it actually did, but I mean everybody thinks that Naruto is dead. And so he took on a new name. His name? Menma. With that being said, I know, controversial. But with that being said, Menma, Sasuke, and Gaara, I'm obviously still going to refer to Naruto as Naruto, but know that everybody else is referring to him as Menma, everyone that isn't Sasuke or Gaara. But anywho, with that being said, Menma kind of just arrived out of the scene, and he was known as the new Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. You see, they still believed that knowing that Naruto is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails would allow them to draw out Itachi or other members of the Akatsuki, and thus they decided that it would be vital to them finding Itachi, and thus Naruto continued to be known as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. With that being said, soon enough, many people who were not having great lives in the village hidden in the ash would start... many people that were... I might edit this out, it depends. Many people that were not having great lives in the Sand Village, in the Cloud Village, in the Hidden Leaf Village, basically any village, so that includes the Stone, that includes the Mist, they would all come to the village hidden in the ash because they were promised freedom. They were promised equal opportunity and overall many great opportunities. And so Naruto, known as Menma, Sasuke, and Gaara would welcome them in with open arms. And they knew that they were protected because they had two-tailed beasts, which already made them stronger than several nations, even the Leaf Village. With that being said, and not necessarily actually the Leaf Village, but just in quote-unquote military power, it definitely put them on par. But with that being said, they would soon obtain more and more and more people, as these people would build up the village even further. What was once a small settlement hidden by the forest became a booming tourist location and a location for people to actually live out their lives. Soon it began to have schools and its own little ninja academy, which Naruto, Sasuke, and Gaara would all frequent, training the children who went to the academy. Many ninja and even deserters would find home within the hidden village of the Ash. Sasuke and Gaara were well-known deserters of their villages, so they felt as if they had their own way of, well, hope, if that makes sense. They felt as if it was their own home because there was a ninja there that, well, several ninja that were otherwise known as quote-unquote rogue ninja who would be hunted down by Anbu from the village for leaving and deserting. And so it was almost like that pack mentality, and they found a home within the village hidden in the ash because they saw examples of quote-unquote rogue ninja who were living their best lives, who were thriving in the village hidden in the ash. Soon they amassed a population of about 500,000 after just a few short months. Eventually they would have to start brokering deals with the major nation that was close to them, or rather closest to them. Unsurprisingly, this was the village hidden in the leaves. The person who would go about making this deal was Naruto Uzumaki. It was a big day for Sasuke, Gaara, and Naruto. Their village was ever so slightly creeping towards the village hidden in the leaves. But they knew, and also could sense, several Anbu always frequenting their village, watching them, watching their nation. And so they decided that a peace deal needed to be brokered. They also knew that most of the time, the person who was the smaller individual in the situation was probably going to be cut the least bread. So they knew that their village wasn't going to be dealt a fair hand. Regardless, they went into the deal with an open mind. Of course, Sasuke and Gaara also accompanied them, and they left a ninja who they trusted within the village, just in case of an enemy assault. This ninja will be named later on. Anywho, Naruto with an Ambu mask on, and Sasuke, as well as Gaara, also with masks covering their identity, would begin making a deal with the third Hokage himself. Naruto has also dyed his hair black, but the blonde is sort of starting to come through, so it's this dirty blonde color, sort of. With that being said, Naruto would begin the peace broker with a bow. You are Hiruzen Sarutobi, yes? The third Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. Yes, I am. And you are? I am Menma. Just call me Menma. I see. This is a great village that you have erected out of nowhere, really. How has that been going? It's gone well, but I'd prefer not to dilly-dally. We all have things to attend to, don't we? Anywho, what will be the terms, Sarutobi? Have you thought of them? Yes. As the bigger nation, we request to take up to 70% of your economy for ourselves, and in exchange, we give you full protection from the Hidden Leaf Village. You will become our ally. We will? We have to give you 70% of the economy as well? Yes, that is the only way this deal will be complete. I decline. Sarutobi's face had turned a pale white. He hadn't expected Menma, this Menma person, to say no. He hadn't even considered the thought that they wouldn't agree to the deal. How strong was the nation really, they thought? If anything was true, then Menma possessed the Nine Tails, which meant that it would probably be pretty hard to broker with them. Do you know what that means, then? What does it mean? It means that my nation will have to destroy yours. You've gotten far too close to the Hidden Leaf Village anyways, practically on the borderline. If you believe that that is your only option, then I will not stop you. And I suppose that this is the end of our little meeting here, is it? Yes, but I have just one question. What happened to the former Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? If Naruto wasn't wearing his mask, he would have revealed some sort of emotion that would have told Hiruzen that it was really Naruto. But Menma kept his head clear, and his emotions quieted. The pathetic little grunt. I'm pretty sure he was a ninja hailing either from the leaf or the cloud. He had one of those eddy circles on his gear, but a cloud headband. Anyways, his name was Naruto Uzumaki. He's actually famous around these parts. He told me that if he gave me his tailed beast, I had to promise to create a nation that everyone could live in freely and equally. And so I did just that, of course. If you've ever been to the village hidden in ash, you'll see that everyone is treated equally, and our people love it, as do we. Anywho, it was just a matter of business. I was told to kill him. It was back in a place named Skida, if you've heard of it. I've heard, but can you tell me more, Menma? If you don't mind me imposing. I don't mind. Although, it does bother me that you want so much information on how I defeated the former Nine-Tails Jinchuriki after declaring war on my nation. Anywho, we were in 𝙎𝙈. I was a mercenary. I would do just about anything for a buck. The master of 𝙎𝙈 at the time, who was known as 𝙎𝙎 Uchiha, he had instructed me to kill Naruto, and so I did. But I told Sasuke, if I killed Naruto, I would be entitled to the tailed beast that lurked within his stomach. And so, what happened? I killed Naruto. Well, at least as close as I could to the brink of death. And then I used a secret Fuinjutsu that has been passed down through the generations of my family to seal the Nine-Tails back inside of a host. A new host. Me. This sent shivers down Hiruzen's spine. A ninja capable of sealing the Nine-Tails? After defeating Naruto? The guy who quite literally had Sarutobi at kunai point, or knife point? Not only did he defeat Naruto, he then sealed the Kyuubi within himself and didn't die? Hiruzen was still trying to process all of this, as he would then take a bow to Menma. You have left our village with no choice but to fight you. We will give you 3 days and 3 nights to prepare. When we return, I apologize for the bloodshed. Menma laughed. Your threats do not scare me, Sarutobi. I am not as weak. We are not as weak as you may believe us to be. The reason this village was created so that the weak could be strong, so that they could have people to fight for them. If you think I'm going to let anyone destroy that, if you think we will let anyone destroy that, then you are gravely mistaken. Sarutobi would turn around. He would take one more bow without looking at Menma, as he would quickly disperse using the body flicker jutsu. This enraged Naruto to a point of boiling. He threw his Anbu mask off and slammed it into the ground, stomping on it afterwards. Prepare every single troop we have. Our nation is not going to fall in 3 days and 3 nights, but it will prosper. If I have to, I will take on the brunt of the entire village hidden in the leaves. You're crazy, Naruto. Do you really believe that you can defeat every single ninja in the village? I've never been so confident in something in my entire life. Who in that village can seal away the Nine-Tails, huh? None. I see. And if you're working together with Shukaku, I don't see why we couldn't take the village, actually, Naruto. You two are crazy. You're just as crazy, Sasuke. Because you actually believe in us. And you're actually going to help us. Yeah. I just think that if we create enough commotion, Itachi might finally come out of hiding. Sure, whatever you say. Naruto, Sasuke, and Gaara would return to the village. They were all angered by this. The Hokage gave them outrageous demands. If they had agreed, they would be seen as weak and exploited over and over again by the Hidden Leaf Village, and they could not allow that. After sitting with these thoughts of anger, Sasuke's Sharingan would morph into his 3 Tomoe. Sasuke grit his teeth. He was so mad, so angry. He told Naruto and Gaara that they would need to get as strong as they could in 3 days and rest for 3 nights. Sasuke then commanded that they all train as hard as they can. as Gaara and Naruto had a different thing in mind. If they could just control more power with their tailed beast, then they might really be able to defeat the Hidden Leaf Village. And so Naruto and Gaara would meditate as Sasuke trained. Basically, Naruto and Gaara meditate together because, well, they're tailed beasts and that would probably help them out. And Sasuke trained in the vicinity of them. So he was basically training by himself with one of his own shadow clones, as he does know the shadow clone jutsu in this timeline. As, like, basically almost right beside him is Gaara and Naruto meditating. He was also supposed to place a sealing bond on them if their chakra grew too out of control, just so that nobody was scared within the village, as the training ground that they were on was very close to a densely populated area of the village hidden in the Ashinagakure. With that being said, Naruto and Gaara would enter their subconsciousness, but they were together, and there were two cells like the little prisons, if you will. Naruto looked up at Kurama and Gaara looked up at Shikaku, as their tailed beast ignored them and began to bicker with one another. "Silence!" Naruto would yell out. "Don't you understand anything that's going on right now? Our village will be put to death. Everything will be destroyed. Everything will be taken. Men and women who have traveled from as far as the eye can see, their dreams will be destroyed. Does that mean anything to any of you? Does that mean anything at all? If it does, if it means even the slither of anything, please, 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 please help. Help me and Gaara. Help us protect what we adore. I understand what it's like to be hated. I understand that your Jinchuriki in the past haven't adored you. I understand that humans have hated you for times memorial. I understand. I really do. And although I cannot imagine what it feels like to be hated like that for hundreds of years, if not even longer, I do know how it felt to be hated by my own village, by the people who I thought would care for me most. Meanwhile, my father was one of the pioneers of this very village that I was hated in. I do. I promise I understand. We need your help. Please. If you can just help me and Gaara, I promise we'll pay it forward. I promise. That's all I can do. Is your promise empty, Naruto? Kurama would say. No. If you give me the power to take the leaf, I'll make it into a nation like the one I've created. I'll make it fair, and I'll make you two loved. I'll make the tailed beast a sign of peace and not destruction. Right, Gaara? Gaara nodded. Shukaku, I'm well aware that in the Sand Village you are hated as much as people hate anything. And although this isn't the Hidden Sand Village, and you are a Tanuki of the Sand, if you give me your power, if you truly give me your power, then I will take the leaf with Naruto and Sasuke. And I will create a better place for everyone, including you, Tailed Beast. I understand that humans have weaponized your powers for almost ever. But I hope that you can understand. I hope that you can help me and Naruto here. If you give us our power, the power of a Jinchuriki, then we will not disappoint you. And that's a deal, that's a promise. I will give my life to fulfill that.
Very well.
Shukaku would say. As Naruto and Gaara's bodies would be flooded with chakra. This chakra was much denser than usual, but it flowed even better. Tempest. Now, Tempest is a character that I am, physically creating and placing in this what-if world. But nonetheless, he is a very strong character within the world of this what-if. For some background, obviously, his name is Tempest, and Tempest is a mysterious and enigma-like figure. He hails from distant lands, which Naruto, Sasuke, and Gaara have no idea where. But he also has the ability to summon lightning clouds and control wind. He also possesses a special Kekkei Genkai. Tempest cuts a striking figure with an imposing height, adorned in flowing dark robes that seem to ripple like storm clouds. His eyes, an electrifying shade of azure, hold the power of a tempest waiting to be unleashed. Lightning-shaped tattoos mark his forearms, hinting at the raw power coursing through his veins. His first and main ability is storm manipulation. Tempest can control and manipulate storms with unparalleled mastery. He summons thunderclouds, conjures lightning bolts, and shapes gusts of wind to his will. This ability extends to create localized storms, allowing him to obscure his presence or launch devastating attacks. His second main ability is electrokinesis. As a living conduit of electrical energy, Tempest has the power of electrokinesis. He can generate and control lightning at will, channeling it through his body or projecting it as powerful bolts of lightning. This ability makes him a formidable force in both offense and defense. His third ability, aerokinetic flight. Tempest can ride the currents of wind, granting him the ability to soar through the skies. This aerokinetic flight allows him to traverse great distances swiftly and survey the battlefield from above. His Kekkei Genkai, and one of his most important techniques, is Shadow Meld, or rather, Shadow Style. Tempest has the innate ability to meld his chakra to create shadows, becoming practically invisible in dimly lit or shaded areas. This skill enables him to move unnoticed and strike with surprise, adding an element of stealth to his formidable arsenal. He also has another ability, Thunderclap Resonance. By merging his storm and sound manipulating abilities, Tempest can create a thunderous resonance. This not only disorients and deafens foes, but also enhances the potency of his other abilities. The shockwaves from this resonance can be used strategically in combat. His last ability, Storm Infusion. Tempest can infuse his weapons with the power of storms, turning mundane objects into conduits of destruction. Think of this like Sasuke putting electricity through his blade, but he can do it with any weapon no matter how big or how small. Blades crackling with lightning or arrows guided by gusts of wind become extensions of his own formidable elemental prowess. Now, as for Tempest's personality, well, Tempest is an individual of a few words. His silence often as unnerving as the storms he commands. Driven by an unknown purpose that Gaara, nor Sasuke, nor Naruto have any idea of, he carries an air of ancient wisdom and a sense of detachment from the mundane concerns of the world. He doesn't care about Biju, or how much chakra someone has, or the political landscape of the leaf or the cloud, for example. Despite his formidable abilities, Tempest is neither inherently good nor evil, but rather a force of nature with intentions that remain veiled in mystery. As for his motivation, Tempest's true motivations remain unknown. Some whisper that he seeks to restore balance to the world, while others believe that he harbors a great vendetta against forces unseen. Whatever his goals may be, Tempest's actions are bound to send shockwaves through the ninja world. With that being said, this was who they had on their side. Now you might be asking, what? How? Where did this guy come from? See, Naruto, Gaara, and Sasuke had run into him on one of their many missions, and this was their third time seeing him, eventually asking him to just join their village. Tempest, realizing that he had also seen them many times before, decided to agree, as they must have been pretty strong, and also it couldn't hurt to have somewhere to lay low for a bit. Although he did not believe that he would be partaking in a war, it was his duty. He was a member of the village. it didn't matter where his other motivations lied. At the end of the day, he was now a part of Naruto's nation, which Naruto had decided that after the battle, he was going to rename it by a different name. With that being said, they began to prepare for battle. As Naruto would launch his attack early, he had all his ninja in position. The Hidden Leaf thought that they were going to approach him, but instead, he was to approach them. His thoughts exactly were, he would surprise them. How would they know that he was coming? And if they didn't, well, there you go. Naruto would then begin to count. As he would begin to debrief his ninja. He had a sensory ninja on his squad, or rather in his village, that allowed him to relay his message to every single fighting hand, including Gaara and Sasuke, as well as, of course, Tempest. Today we begin a conquest. I know all of you may be scared. Even if you believe you are not, when the battle truly begins, you may shake, you may sweat. I don't even care if you pee yourself. But know this, we will not allow the men and women, the fighting hands of the Hidden Leaf Village, to beat us, to walk all over us, to disregard us like trash at their gates. I promise you all this, that I will give my life to protect every one of you. And all that I ask in return is your strength and your hands in guiding us to a victory. It's hard. We're at odds here. I've done the calculations several times over. There's almost no way that we suffer no casualties. If you fall in this battle, you will be honored, I promise you that at the very least. But the goal, to defeat and to survive. If there is one thing that matters, it is the survival of this nation that we have cultivated. From all walks of this village. You see the different cultures embedded throughout the ninja world. There are men and women from the mist, the cloud, the leaf, the stone. Everywhere you look, even the sand. We have a member of the 𝘾𝙍𝙄𝙈𝙃 clan, the Uchiha clan, and even the Uzumaki. I, who stands before you all. I cannot speak to every single person in this nation. But every moment that I have spent in my village, I have felt the love of 1,000 men, 1,000 women, and even more. I was once on the run. Anbu were sent out to track me as I was a Jinchuriki, a vital piece to military combat and power. But this is my home. I found my home, and I will do anything to protect it. So are you ready, men, women, fighters? Naruto rose his blade to the sky. Now we shall begin. Fire style users, attack from the east. Water style, the north. Wind, the west. I want to use earth and lightning on opposite fields. Lightning attack with water and earth attack with wind. At all cost, we will destroy the Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto's men would begin, putting together hand signs as they prepared their jutsu, gathering chakra. Naruto smiled as he began to make his way over to Tempest. Tempest. Yes. Lord Kage. Stop with the pleasantries. Here, we are all equal. On the battlefield, none of that matters. I've decided I'm going to stick around with you and Gaara and Sasuke for a while. Have you? Yeah. That speech you gave. It takes courage. As a Jinchuriki, I'm sure you weren't treated fairly. And yet you have the guts to speak to the masses like that. I truly do believe your words. You would lay down your life for all of us. And that is true ninja strength. And so I will not fail. You said you want the village destroyed. It's destroyed. Thank you, Tempest. Now let's do this. Naruto, Sasuke, and Gaara would jump up into the air together, each doing a different jutsu. Gaara and Naruto would quickly shift into their different forms. In this case, for Naruto, it was KCM1, and for Gaara, it was his SCM1. With that, Naruto and Gaara would begin by sending long-ranged attacks towards the Hidden Leaf Village. From every angle, every corner, every meter of the village would be attacked by these ninja. Naruto, he had decided that they would destroy everything. Tempest would create a gigantic thundercloud that would envelop the entire Hidden Leaf Village, sending thunderous lightning bolts throughout, and destroying several buildings, and even killing several ninja. As Naruto, Gaara, and even Tempest began to continue to send their long-range jutsus, Sasuke moved in on the ground, battling any ninja that had enough courage to fight him. Whether it was with his blade, a quick Chidori, or even the use of his Sharingan via Genjutsu, anyone in his path fell short. That was until he ran into Kakashi Hatake. Sasuke, knowing exactly who Kakashi was, quickly blitzed him and his men. He took out the men that were with him, but failed to end Kakashi's life. A spume of smoke would appear as Kakashi now stood in a different location, and a log was where he was previously. The substitution jutsu, really? Sasuke thought to himself. Well, not bad, Kakashi Hatake. Sensei. Sasuke then grabbed his blade tightly, dropping it and then lifting it back up. Lightning now poured off his blade. Wow, you've learned how to manipulate your chakra quite fast, Sasuke. What we must really see is if you can keep up with me. Kakashi would pull out a kunai from his pocket. Hi! Kakashi would run towards Sasuke as they would begin to clash, kunai to sword. Sasuke jumped back a few times, parrying, countering, and attacking. Most of the time he was on the offensive, as Kakashi remained defensive, taking this approach to the battle. His belief was that he would be able to wear out Sasuke enough to be able to defeat him, as they both don't have a great amount of chakra. In his head, that's what he's thinking. With that being said, they continued to mimic each other's actions. Sasuke would use a lightning-based jutsu, and Kakashi would just copy it, living up to the epithet of the copy ninja. Sasuke continued to fight Kakashi. Their battle dragged on for about 6 minutes to this point. Kakashi, just give it up already. We could be here for hours, who knows? Don't you want to protect everyone in the village? Yeah, and defeating you, it's my #1 priority. I don't see Naruto Uzumaki around here anywhere. He accidentally let that slip. No one in the village actually knew that that was his goal, finding Naruto, bringing him back to the village. Little did he know that Naruto was here, as Sasuke grinned. You haven't even the littlest clue. You know nothing, former sensei. What? What do you mean? Naruto is the one who waged this damn battle. Now die. Kirin. Sasuke rose his hand to the air and quickly slammed it down. a gigantic lightning dragon appeared in the sky. As you know, Kirin is an extremely powerful lightning release technique created by Sasuke. With the technique, Sasuke draws natural lightning directly from thunderclouds to supplement the power of his strike and control it with his chakra. Unlike most techniques, which are based on the user's chakra, this one uses the natural lightning, which, as noted by Zetsu, reaches the ground in 1/1000th of a second. However, the preparation time required also decreases the technique's efficiency. If there are no active thunderclouds, the user must create them by using powerful fire strikes to produce the necessary storm conditions. With techniques such as Amaterasu, even stronger storm conditions can be made by them. Once a lightning source has been acquired, shaping and guiding the lightning to the target requires very little chakra. This technique was powerful enough to completely obliterate a small mountain and Itachi Susanoo. Using this technique disperses the thunderclouds, and as such it can only be used once in a fight. Conversely, however, because of the inextinguishable properties of techniques such as Amaterasu, it can be used to continuously create new thunderclouds to use Kirin once again. However, the process seems to require a little bit of time. Every single time that Sasuke has used the Kirin in this what-if timeline, the properties have been met for him to easily conjure up the Kirin, without having to create his own thunderclouds. Even when he was fighting Naruto back in Skida, the requirements had already been made, with a number of strong waved explosions and fire style and lightning techniques. He had the conditions that made it quite easy to use his Kirin on Naruto. This situation is quite literally no different. Because of Tempest's ability to create thunderstorms, it is very easy for Sasuke to draw on the Kirin here, as his attack would be done quite quickly, before Kakashi even had time to react. Kakashi, shocked and stunned by the fact that Naruto was actually in the village and Naruto was responsible for this, made him think of so many different things and think of where he went wrong. Sasuke couldn't tell, but Kakashi was actually crying, too stunned to realize the lightning dragon that loomed over his head. Shocking Kakashi and keeping him in place, Kakashi's kunai would fall to the ground, implanting and being embedded into the dirt beneath him. Kakashi lay awake, or rather standing, frozen, petrified by the lightning that had ripped his body to shreds. His clothes were now tattered. Half of his mask was torn off. His Sharingan dimly lit. His headband was gone, meaning that his hair drooped beneath his face and his forehead. Kakashi only had 2 words that he could mutter out of his breath. I'm sorry, Kakashi said, as he fell to the ground, smoke now pouring off of Kakashi's burning body. Of course, he wasn't on fire, but his body was quite hot. I didn't mean to use that much chakra, Sasuke said, as he could feel his curse mark tingling. Damn it. I didn't want to use this power so soon, but who knows what kind of ninja I could pop into next. Kakashi was now entering a similar state that he entered in the Pain arc, where he went to go meet the White Fang, Sakamo Hatake, of course, and so on. With that being said, Sasuke then continued his mission. He was the ground force. Eventually, he met up with other ninja from the same village as him, and Naruto and Gaara, as they would continue their offensive. The Leaf Village was being outworked. You see, hard work beats talent every time, and the Leaf Village was much more talented than their village, but they were outworking them. Every single stop. They wanted every single cut, every single kunai, every single shuriken. They wanted to use every single jutsu, defend every single jutsu, launch more jutsu, attack, 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 parry, counter-strike. It didn't matter to them. They needed to win, and they needed to survive. My apologies. Whether it was paper bombs, or smoke bombs, or ceiling techniques, they used everything that they could to help their odds. Sensory Ninja communicated their opponent's next steps or where they were, allowing for rest in between battle. they were actually winning. That wasn't until the third Hokage suited up. He was in shock himself. He hadn't believed that they would actually attack him by surprise. He was sleeping, in fact. His wife woke him up due to the commotion. With that, he entered the streets of Konoha, looking for any ninja that just so dared to step foot in his village without being allowed in. Any ninja was to die on sight. He relayed this message. He was infuriated. They had destroyed so many monuments in the village. Even the Chunin Academy building had been destroyed. Damn it. Sarutobi thought to himself. Where the hell is anybody? Finding a few ninja, he knocked them into the next life. Looking around, he continued his search. Any ninja that he found was made quick work of. Even ninja who had high rankings in Naruto's village stood no chance against the Hokage, who was acting swift and quick, as fast as he could. He knew that he had been asleep for far too long, as the damage that had already been placed on the Hidden Leaf village would definitely leave them vulnerable to enemy attacks, even after this threat had been defeated, he thought to himself. Damn it. I must find one of the main perpetrators. Finding another one of Naruto, Gaara, and Sasuke's ninja, he punched him into telling him where Sasuke was, or at least a somewhat accurate location. He's east side of the village. The ninja would be let go of, as Sarutobi would pull out a paper bomb, attaching it to the ninja and throwing it to his comrades. What I mean is he quite literally pulled out a paper bomb from his pocket, placed it on the ninja, and then threw the ninja towards its combat so that it would explode on his comrades. Sarutobi was a demon. Sarutobi then continued moving through the village. He moved at speeds that he hadn't thought his body could in many years. Eventually, he would make it to the east end of the village, where he would in fact find Sasuke Uchiha, murdering not only a villager, but also a ninja in cold blood. With that, he placed his sword away. Sasuke was vulnerable. With Hiruzen running towards him at quick speeds, there was nothing that Sasuke could do to avoid the attack. Sarutobi would then weave together a few signs as he would say, Earth Release, Earth Flow River. With this technique, the user transforms the surface underneath their opponent into a muddy river that sweeps them off their feet and carries them downstream. This technique can also be used as a medium for the Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet technique, which he would follow it up with. Not only that, but then he would release ash, using a similar technique to his son, Asuma Sarutobi, as he would explode the ash. With that, he believed it surely had to be enough to defeat Sasuke, but he couldn't be sure. And he, of course, knew who it was, an Uchiha, the last of the Uchiha clan. A capable shinobi he had to be, and he could have only gotten stronger. Fire Dragon Bullet, Sarutobi would then say, weaving together even more hand signs. Now, Earth Style, Earth Catacomb. This technique would allow for all of his jutsu to surround Sasuke, making it impossible to escape. Sasuke, realizing this, put up his absolute defense. Everything he could muster with his lightning style, but even that wasn't enough. It would soon become rubble all around him. His lightning that was blue and azure became a dark black crimson color. Sparks of red and black came off of Sasuke. His hair got longer and turned a pale white. His skin a light tan brown. Looking to the ground, his eyes had turned yellow, like the eyes of that of a demon or an accursed monster. Damn you, Lord Third, Sasuke would say, wiping the dust out of his eyes. Hiruzen couldn't believe what was in front of him. Not only was he an Uchiha, the last of his clan, possessing the Sharingan, but now he had a technique that allowed him to fight on par with himself. It couldn't be true, Hiruzen thought to himself, because of course they hadn't actually battled. he could just withstand some of his jutsu. And so Hiruzen pulled out a kunai and went on the offensive once more. Sasuke dodged, slamming his fist into Hiruzen's stomach, who was surprised at his speeds. He hadn't thought that Sasuke could be that fast. Hiruzen would be sent flying into the building closest to them, as Sasuke would pull out the Chidori. Weaving together a few hand signs, lightning came to his hand like a moth to a flame, running towards Hiruzen. One strike and it's all over, Sasuke thought to himself. Although he had begun to master the curse mark, he didn't want to overexert himself, because he knew even if he was to defeat the Hokage, there surely would be other Chunin, Jonin, and probably even Genin who wished to challenge him. Plus, he had to meet up with Naruto and Tempest and Gaara and aid them in their combat. Damn it, Sasuke thought to himself. Well, here goes. Sasuke would then launch his Chidori right through Hiruzen, as his hand would get stuck, and no blood was on his hand. What? Hiruzen's body then began to droop into mud. Damn it, a mud clone. Sasuke looked around for the real Hiruzen, who was touching down right over his head. Sasuke looked up, as a wing would then pop out of his back. He would then begin to fly upwards into the air, as Hiruzen went soaring into the ground, creating a small poof of smoke when he did so. Sasuke, looking down on Hiruzen, began to swat the mud off of his hand, using electricity to get rid of most of it. Damn it. I hadn't realized you would be so cunning, Hiruzen. Sasuke would then put together a few more hand signs. I had been saving this for my next fight with Naruto, but as a Hokage, I do have enough respect for you. Sasuke would then pull out a water bottle as he would begin to drink. Now then. What? Hiruzen thought to himself. Why would he need to drink water? Water style. Divine Kirin Seal. Sasuke would then place together his hands, concentrating, as chakra would build up around him. The chakra would then take on the form of a persona, a figure, almost similar to a stand in that of Jojo. With that, it was over with for the third Hokage. Exhausted with his use of succession jutsu, he hadn't realized. But he knew that this wouldn't be his last gambit. There was no way that he could possess a jutsu strong enough to contain him, and Sarutobi remained on the defensive. The jutsu then grabbed onto Sarutobi, lifting him up into the air. Hiruzen could no longer move. That was the main part of the jutsu. The second was a completely different jutsu entirely. Now, lightning style, lightning cage. Kakashi Hatake had given him the inspiration for a technique like this. He would then clap, as thunder would surround Hiruzen's floating body, trapping it. Sasuke then placed a seal on the cage of chakra, telling Hiruzen that this was the end for him. Now then, you can either die here, or you can tell me everything I need to know about Itachi Uchiha and where he is. Itachi? What do you mean? You know what I mean, Hiruzen. Realizing that he wasn't in a situation where he could bargain, he divulged his information. Or much of it, anyway. You see, under any normal circumstance, Hiruzen could most likely defeat Sasuke, and quite easily. But Hiruzen was not only overwhelmed with emotions of Naruto, the village, the villagers who had passed, Sasuke being there, fear of Sasuke's older brother, had released several chakra bursts already, and his chakra reserves were pretty low at this point. Of course, we know that Hiruzen has a lot of chakra reserves, but regardless, I'm pretty sure he was one of the lowest chakra Hokage ever, really. Sorry for the little voice crack. Not only that, but he had been placed under a sealing jutsu, and there's not much that he could do at this point. And for the sake of the what if, Sasuke is just going to have a technique that can immobilize a Hokage in this case. With that being said, Hiruzen divulged everything he knew about Itachi, everything he knew about the Uchiha, and everything he knew about the circumstances. This just made Sasuke even more resentful for the Hidden Leaf Village, who had not only manipulated his brother, but manipulated his brother to destroy everything that he held dear to him except for himself and his younger brother. It was unfair, he thought to himself. He hated it. He hated them for doing it to his brother. How could they? How could they do it to someone who served them so well? Someone who did everything that they asked. A loyal ninja, a loyal soldier. He just didn't understand, because it made no sense. As Hiruzen continued to explain, he realized that the Leaf was just as corrupt as any other village. He was glad to be gone. He promised to destroy everything, and when he did, he would build it anew, with different goals, different dreams, a different identity. They would be just as pure as they were in the light as they were in the dark, moving inconspicuously only when they had to. He didn't care what happened. He needed to find Itachi. He needed to tell Itachi that he forgave him, that he forgave him for all his sin, but that even so he has to kill him. It's his duty. He's the only one he can. It's his destiny. Sasuke thought to himself as he continued to ramble in his head off and off and off. The third Hokage looked exhausted. See, this technique worked by sapping the chakra of the one who was sealed and using it to strengthen the seal. Quite the extraordinary technique. See, on anyone with small reserves of chakra, this seal can't actually work to its maximum efficiency. But if Sasuke were to capture, say, a tailed beast user or a damn Kage, well, then the technique would definitely work, as it would draw on the chakra of whoever the individual was trapped and use it to strengthen the seal once, twice, 3 times over. With that being said, Sasuke continued to apply pressure to the seal, as he would leave Hiruzen in his position in the east end of Konoha, joining back up with Tempest, Gaara, and Naruto, who had defeated almost every ninja that they had come across. See, there were a few ninja who actually weren't in the village. Those ninja are Asuma Sarutobi and his Genin squad, so Neji, Ino, and Shikamaru Nara. And another very strong ninja who wasn't in the village, Might Guy. See, given the circumstances, Guy probably wouldn't hesitate to use the 8th inner gate, or rather, the 8th gate of death. But in this situation, he's not actually at the village, so he can't do anything. Which also means that Rock Lee isn't in the village, and, well, I'm sure you know the rest that are not in the village currently. With that being said, soon the village hidden in the leaves would fall under the control of Tempest, Naruto, Gaara, and Sasuke. From the capture of the third Hokage, it took approximately an hour and 17 minutes to successfully capture the entire Leaf Village. And then came the destruction. Naruto, for the first time, began to create a Biju bomb. Him and Gaara would do the same, as Sasuke used a Kirin with so much power that he had never used before. So much power that it even made him sweat a bit and shake on the inside. Tempest would control his thunderclouds to obliterate certain parts of the village that wouldn't be hit by the Biju bomb or the Kirin. And so, the village hidden in the leaves was effectively wiped off the map. Ninja laid in terror as their lives flashed before them. nothing was left. The destruction. It was true what they said about the Ash Trio. They leave nothing but ash. Now, many ninjas survived this. See, their goal wasn't some sort of genocide or mass murder. It was just to defeat the village and to destroy it. Naruto and Sasuke believed that they could only create a better Leaf Village if they destroyed what was left of the Hidden Leaf. This meant that they couldn't leave the Hidden Leaf Village, because if they did, well, then possibly a revolt could happen, or the Leaf could go back to its old ways. Doing this ensured none of that would happen. I also want to make it clear that Danzo Shimura would die inside of these attacks. And some of you may be asking, well, why wouldn't he just use Izanagi so that he didn't die? Well, he did. It was just the onslaught of attacks ended up, well, quite literally killing him, as he used every single Sharingan on his Sharingan arm. And in the case that didn't kill him, I see no reason why Sasuke, Gaara, Tempest, or Naruto, if finding Danzo, wouldn't dispatch of him right there and then. With that being said, Naruto would soon quickly rise to greater infamy. His identity had been revealed as not being Menma, but instead Naruto, the boy who had quote-unquote died. His legend now spread throughout the ninja world, and it wouldn't be long before the Hidden Cloud Village knew of this. With that being said, someone needed to lead them. Someone needed to lead the village into a new age, a greater age, possibly. With the third Hokage technically still alive, many of the ninja who survived, such as Kakashi Hatake or others, wanted to appoint him to just continue to be the Hokage. But, well, Naruto, Gaara, Tempest, and Sasuke did not allow this. The next best bet between the four of them would be Sasuke or Naruto, the two ninja who actually hailed from the Hidden Leaf Village itself. After being given only the four options of Sasuke, Tempest, Gaara, and Naruto, Naruto would unanimously win the votes of the ninja and the people. See, Naruto came to the people in a way that he didn't come to the ninja. Now, it should be made clear, of course, it was the ninja who hurt him. It was the ninja who made him feel so much pain and hatred. But it was also the villagers. And so you might be asking, hey, like, that doesn't make sense. Why wouldn't he be mean to them too? Well, in this case, he wants to win the hearts of the villagers. He believes that becoming Hokage would do this, but he also knows that to become Hokage, he needs to win their hearts. He promises them things that no Hokage had ever promised them. He promised them greater dreams and greater hopes. Of course, these are just promises until made actions, but it was a very, very good start. Nevertheless, Naruto would be appointed as the 5th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. See, in this timeline, Tsunade has not yet become Kage, as Orochimaru has not yet attacked Hiruzen and thus, well, killed him. With that being said, you might be asking what happens to the 3rd Hokage. Well, he is allowed by Sasuke and Tempest to run his usual work as Hokage, whilst Naruto runs as the face of the village. See, you might be thinking that this is akin to what happened in Boruto, where Sasuke is the shadow Hokage and does all of like the dirty work and the stuff behind the scenes, while Naruto plays his part as the face of the village and does the paperwork. But not quite. You see, in this scenario, not only is Hiruzen there to tutor and mentor Naruto in the ways of being Hokage, but he's also able to take a lot of those lackluster activities on. Although Hiruzen believes that it's very important for Naruto to understand the importance of his paperwork and his signatures and documents and reading, He also believes that it's important for the village in this time of change to have somebody that they can cling on to, somebody that they can attach themselves to, someone who they can not only look up to, but look to for advice and for protection. This person is Naruto Uzumaki. You see, under normal circumstances in this what-if timeline, it doesn't make sense. Naruto is almost seen as the villain, portrayed in that way. But because of the circumstances and how he rose to power in the first place, and the efforts that he has made to continue his dominance within the village and his dominance amongst the people, and when I say dominance amongst the people, I mean his respect, the people's acknowledgement of him, the people's love and profoundness of him. You see, this meant, simply put, that he continued to boost his image in the eyes of the people, and it allowed for him to actually gain their respect, their trust, and, well, everything in between. Naruto would erect greater buildings than the previous Hokages. He would create a new Chunin building. He would create a new ninja academy. He would create a new Hokage building even, and many, many more. He gave new opportunity to civilians within the village, and he gave new missions to ninja within the village who began to grow tedious and bored. Construction of the Hidden Leaf Village, well, I guess the reconstruction of the Hidden Leaf Village will be done very swiftly, taking only 4 months. Although a lot passed in 4 months, Naruto only got more comfortable in the role of Hokage. He began to see the world through a different lens. This lens was filled with joy. This lens was filled with decisiveness, with action. And with Sasuke and Hiruzen on his side, as well as Tempest and Gaara, his village was safe from any threat, regardless of who. But 4 months was plenty of time for the news to reach the Raikage and Killer Bee, as well as Yugito. Hearing that Naruto was actually alive and well and in the Hidden Leaf Village almost felt like a punch to their gut. It almost felt like betrayal, but they knew that couldn't be the case. Something was off here, something was wrong. How could Naruto betray them? He would never. They thought to themselves. They raised that brat from nothing, they thought to themselves, with anger, of course. But it was true. They had been betrayed because Naruto had found out that he was only being used by the Cloud Village. No matter how real and genuine his connection may have felt with Yugito Ni and Killer Bee and the Fourth Raikage, it didn't matter. His abilities, his power, the beast that was sealed away in his stomach was being used for their own military gain. Naruto was but a pawn. That is why he left the Hidden Cloud Village. With that being said, Naruto knew that it would only be a matter of time before the Hidden Cloud Village showed up at his doorstep, and so he continued to build more and more modifications, more and more defenses to the village. He created and erected the greatest wall of Konoha that had ever been made by any Hokage. He created defenses so strong that they were almost impervious to any ninjutsu. He continued to better the village, and in his free time he would study the Scroll of Sealing to learn every jutsu that he could. To do this, he would use several shadow clones so that it would come much, much quicker. During his time reading the scroll, he had already learned several of the fundamental jutsus of the Hidden Leaf Village, jutsus that only people like Sarutobi and the first Hokage or second Hokage knew. Nothing that he should have known as the, well, quite literally child that he was. Now, although Naruto was a child, don't get it wrong. He had been through enough experiences to mature himself to that of at least a 24-year-old man. Naruto was confident, he was brash, he was well thought, soft-spoken. He was, well, in every right way in which you would use the word, he was powerful. Naruto commanded power. He honed it, and he tamed it. Naruto was a clear example of a great story. Jinchuriki turned Hokage. Hated boy turned love. He had left the village only to return and have a greater purpose. Naruto would realize that the day had finally come. The fourth Raikage, Killer Bee, Yugito Ni, and several Cloud Ninja appeared at his doorstep. He allowed them to enter the village. To all of them, the Hidden Leaf Village looked much different than they knew it to be. This was because Naruto changed its infrastructure completely. And for the better. You see, Naruto had created compounds for each and every single different clan within Konoha. This spanned from the clans such as the Uchiha, who were only one of Sasuke, the Uzumaki, which was only one of Naruto himself, clans of even the Nara, or, well, you get the point. Basically, what I'm saying is clans like the Inuzuka, or the 𝙎𝙈𝙊𝙊𝙏𝙃, or the Nara, for example, which I all used as examples, even the Akamichi. Each one of them had their own compound. Even the Haruno clan, Sakura's family, they had their own compound. Not only did this boost the rate at which the village was brought up and propped up faster, but it created a new culture within the Hidden Leaf Village. It created competition, but friendly competition, not spiteful competition. It created a camaraderie that wasn't established in the village beforehand. And that doesn't mean that clans didn't like each other. It just means that Naruto created a completely new socio-economic environment within the village that fostered these things. His village became stronger under his rule because he emphasized personality, he emphasized individuality, and he emphasized the strength of each and every ninja who cared to be from any specific clan. This meant that no matter what clan you came from, whether it was the Haruno, or the Uchiha, or the Uzumaki, or the 𝙎𝙈𝙊𝙁, it didn't matter. Because no matter what, you were prideful. This pride carried you. Your forefathers would make it evident that they were striving to become better. Maybe they were not striving to be as good as one another, but they were just striving to get better. For the sake of their village and their village alone, it created almost an undying loyalty to not only Naruto as the 5th Hokage, but to the village as their home. With that, they began to look for Naruto. They had heard that he had risen to the rank of Kage, but they just couldn't believe it. I also want to make it clear that Naruto has gotten much stronger in these 4 months as he continues to train with Gaara and Sasuke nearly every day. Of course, this means that Sasuke and Gaara have also grown in strength. As for Tempest, currently he is on a mission outside of the Hidden Leaf Village. His goal? He is supposed to relay the news to Might Guy that the village has been completely changed. Might Guy ended up staying far too long on his mission. It's been 4.5 months now, and he has yet to return to Konoha. He is also to relay the same message to Asuma Sarutobi, who's on a similar mission at the moment with Might Guy. With that being said, Naruto sat peacefully in his chair, with Hiruzen behind him, looking over his work. Sasuke and Gaara happened to be in the building with him at the time, doing their own thing, as the Raikage, Killer Bee, and Yugito Ni all entered the room. Their auras could be felt from miles away. Naruto's eyes widened. Big brother and sister are here. What, Naruto? Lord Hiruzen would say. What are you talking about? Yugito Ni, the 2-tailed Jinchuriki of Matatabi. Killer Bee, the 8-tailed Jinchuriki of Yuki. And the demon that separates them, the 4th Raikage, A. They are all here. I can feel it. What? How were they allowed into the village? I allowed it. Calm yourself, Hiruzen. Do you have any idea what this could mean? I do. I'm prepared for a battle. Believe me, I am. No, it's just only a matter of time before they pop in here. Do You reckon I could take a nap? Sarutobi? Sarutobi's mouth was completely wide open. Take a nap? He yelled at Naruto and scolded him. You're the Hokage, for Christ's sake. I suppose you're right. What if they run into Gaara or Sasuke first? Then we'll know and we'll aid him in battle. That should be the only answer, Naruto. You don't think that I should sacrifice Sasuke to get a better read on the opponent's abilities? I suppose it would be possible to do such a thing, but it wouldn't make sense. You see, Sasuke is too great of an asset to this village to allow him to be beaten and, well, killed. I see. That wasn't a serious question. I would never allow Sasuke to be sacrificed. I just wish to hear your answer. I believe that Gaara and Sasuke are already fighting, the two of them. If I don't step in soon, one of them will surely be injured. Come now, Hiruzen. We fight! Hiruzen and Naruto would then make their way down into the corridor, my apologies, that the Raikage, Yugito, Killer Bee, Sasuke, and Gaara had been fighting in. As they arrived, the Raikage, Killer Bee, and Yugito couldn't help but stop their fighting. Yugito even dropped a kunai and a paper bomb that were both tightly clenched in her fist. A tear even shed down her face. Naruto? She said, quietly. It was a whisper. Even the Raikage or Killer Bee couldn't hear it. They were all dumbfounded. They all didn't know what to say. Naruto walked up to them. It is true. I am Naruto Uzumaki. What's also true is that after a mission, I soon came to realize that I was but a military pawn to you. Or at least to your daimyo who you didn't correct. Big bro. Looking at the fourth Raikage, my apologies. I didn't want to leave. It wasn't my goal. Was any of it true? Did you really sacrifice yourself over in Skira? Yes, that much is true. You see, I had actually lost an arm in that battle. Now, I've gotten it fixed, but as you can see, it's quite pale these days. You see, some of you may not have realized, but in his battle in Skira, he had lost his limbs. A couple of his limbs, actually. And he was fighting this way, but using chakra to conceal the fact that his, arms were literally dead by creating chakra arms and chakra legs. With that being said, after establishing himself in the village, he would soon have access to Hashirama cells, and because he is technically also a Senju, as well as an Uzumaki, of course, the blood merged so well that he was able to have two functional limbs, a left leg and an arm that he could use and fully operate. I see. So what happened after Skira? Well, I met Sasuke Uchiha, a young member of Konoha who had just deserted. I suppose he and I at the time were very alike. It made me pause to think. It made me want to be his friend. Soon we grew a brother-like connection after many battles. But I digress. He practically convinced me to leave, and so I left. I started up my own village. A village that was full of rogue ninja and people who wanted a better life from where they hailed from. Soon I got too close to the Hidden Leaf's border, and so they declared war on me. It was either war or meeting outrageous demands. I suppose now they wish they gave me a better deal. Maybe then I would have accepted it. Or maybe not. The fact of the matter still stands. I left. And the fact is, eventually we would wage war, and I won. I became the Hokage. I've now been the Hokage for more than 4 months. My greatest pupil has fallen. His name was Naruto Uzumaki. What are you saying, Naruto? Well, I've taught myself so much in the time that I've been away from all of you. But Naruto Uzumaki had to die, and the 5th Hokage emerged. What? You're making no sense, Naruto. Why are all of you here? Do you wish to wage war against me? No. We don't. Promise me. Promise me that that is the truth, and I will allow you to go. I will allow you to be spared. I cannot promise. Well, then forever hold your peace. All of you. Naruto would slap together his hands. He now entered KCM chakra mode. Are we going to dance, family? Naruto then even kicked it up a notch. In the 4 months, he had actually learned how to use Kurama chakra mode number 2. Using this, he would slam them all into opposite directions of the building, absolutely pummeling and obliterating them with blow after blow after blow. Eventually, they all laid flattened. With the help of Gaara and Sasuke and the 3rd Hokage, of course. Naruto smiled. Now then, do I put the Hokage up for ransom and get a big bounty? Or maybe I go to your village with your head and become the leader there, too. Who knows? The list of possibilities are nearly endless. You can try, but they'd never let you be the Raikage. Is that so? I don't remember asking. Now, tell me, family, do you 3 believe that the ninja world has enough love in it to create peace? And I mean real peace. Of course, an act of no violence will never ever come to our race as humans. But do you believe that we have the slightest chance at peace for the entire world? They all paused to think, and in unison they said yes. It was hard for them to say this. They almost didn't believe it, but it was true. They did think that it was possible. Of course, it would take a lot to do so, but if anyone was to do it, it'd be them. Naruto, the boy who was like a brother to all of them, who had grown to be the Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. Gaara, the man who was supposed to be one day the Kage of the Hidden Sand Village, and a Jinchuriki of the One Tails. And Sasuke Uchiha, the last of his clan. Again, if anyone was to change the world, it would be these 3. Naruto kept this in mind as he would broker a deal with the Hidden Cloud Village. They were to join the Hidden Leaf. Soon after, other nations would hear of this. They would begin to grow scared, worried that they might all fall to this mega power in the ninja world. But eventually, the other nations would be absorbed. Gaara would completely absorb the Sand Village all on his own. He had grown to strengths that were unimaginable by any currently alive sand ninja. Even Sasori of the Red Sand paled in comparison to him, although they never had a battle. With that being said, eventually they would combine all 5 great ninja nations. The mist, the stone, the leaf, the cloud, and even the sand. The Akatsuki would quickly hear and, well, realize that this was happening. What were they going to do? All of the Jinchuriki under one banner? See, they're much behind schedule, not only because they don't have Gaara, don't have Yugito, don't have Naruto, don't have Killer Bee, but they just are. With that being said, with all of this power situated in one area, it was only inevitable. From a portal within the sky, so big that almost every single resident of what was now known as New Konoha could see. A being with pale white skin and Renegon eyes would emerge. He would clasp his hands together, putting the ninja world in a trance, never to wake up again. His name, Espresso Otsutsuki, the creator of the infinite Tsukiyomi. You see, due to how much power was being created, Espresso was able to arrive early on this planet to harvest its god tree. Being the creator of the infinite Tsukiyomi, he was able to place every single ninja, person, thing on the planet into this haze-like state, where they would live out their greatest fantasies. He was able to do this in just a matter of moments, before anyone could actually engage with him. You see, for the sake of this what if, we're going to have to say that all of this happens and all of this is possible, as we can now continue. Espresso would destroy everything. Eventually, he would raise a 10 tails, and he would harvest the god tree. Kaguya would never awaken. Madara, dead. Zetsu, set to hide out for another millennia or more. Espresso was done with the planet after a few short months, as he would leave, eating a god fruit, which allowed him to gain even more power. With that being said, this is the end of the what if. I know it's quite hard to imagine, but Naruto got his goal of becoming Hokage. Not only that, but he did end up uniting every nation under one banner. The Akatsuki would have been defeated in this timeline had Espresso never showed up. But with that being said, I hope every single loose end was tied. I've actually been working on this what if for like a month and a half now, so I'm very glad to finally get this one off my chest. It's been a while for sure. If you have any questions at all about anything in the video, this can be a plot thing, this can be a, hey, why did you sound like this that one time? Like it was like a bad voice or whatever. Just let me know in the comments. We can talk about it. I would love to. Comment on the video. Share the video to a friend who likes what ifs or just anime content in general. And with that being said, I hope you enjoyed. This has been ramiX, and ramiX signing off.